Welcome to Thorn Spiritborn Day 2 Gorilla Skills. We are currently sitting at Torment 3. We're feeling good. We can kill Torment 3 bosses. We do up to 1 billion damage with our smashes. Everything working. What we need now is more attack speed, more maximum life, better tempers. The whole package kind of together. Fear Spider. Fear AM at 3 a.m. GG, buddy. Good to see you there. Dennis, also howdy. And I literally, we drove 5 hours to Hamburg. We watched Harry Potter, and we drove 5 hours back in one day. It's been a wild ride. We also found out a way to apply our Thorns overpower better, chat. Listen, Fidel, I'm great. Thanks for asking. Lonely Duck. Good to see you there, too. So we were using the use macabre skills, use mobility skills to apply the overpower. But that was every 6th hit. And now we're using Zol and Decrepify. So we are using the rune that says cast a different class's skill. And then you get more offering. So now instead of every 6th hit, I overpower every 4th to 5th hit. Crazy, right? So now I overpower more than ever. Now we're going bonkers. I think today we're going to easily go into Torment 4. Should be. And then we'll see that we masterwork all the gear. And hopefully get also to like 10,000 plus life. It's kind of like the big plan. I don't know why you're into ditched game but its own desk. But that's careless about their game. They're not bringing anything new to the game. This is full crap season. That is completely wrong, sir. The season actually did bring some new stuff and some improvements to the game, and the devs do care. I mean, you might feel like they don't, but they do. I enjoy the game. If you don't enjoy the game, that's fine. But please don't, you know, pretend like the game is just complete trash. It's not. You just might not like it. One man's trash is another man's treasure. Exactly, sir. I mean, I like playing games, and I like covering games for people to make their life easier. And this is no matter how the state of the game is. I mean, there are definitely things that are not good with Diablo and they need to get fixed, and they will get fixed, hopefully. But no matter how bad of a state the game might be or not be in, people enjoy the game, and I'm here to give these people content. Simple. I mean, if you're from Warzone, why are you stop playing Warzone? Oh, very simple. I played enough. I'm just, you know, I played enough Warzone over the years. I'm kind of done. I prefer to nowadays play single player games. I know Diablo doesn't look like a single player games, but ARPGs are single player games for me. And I don't actually want to play competitive online multiplayer games anymore because it just gets dull, you know? At some point you just are tired of all the cheating, all the bugs and whatsoever, and rather enjoy some single player games. That's how I look at it. Boulder Druid is so good. It is still one of my favorites this season. It's like, this is right now how we're kind of rampaging over Torment 3, right? You notice it's really easy. Like, we're not struggling at all. So that's kind of nice. Good morning, Andreas. Howdy. Love your lives. Well, that's kind of you to say. I enjoy putting them on. Now, I'm a bit tired maybe because we were at the Harry Potter musical, theater actually. Sorry, not musical. And that was kind of cool, but also a very long day, going back and forth. So I need new ancestral pans too, because we have one that says 4 to Rock Splitter, but guess what? That's terrible. 4 to Rock Splitter is literally terrible because it's scaled stupid. So the best way to say it is scaled really stupid. So we kind of need Dex, Max Life, and then Thorns. That's what we would kind of like to have. But Spiritborn pre-patch, honestly, Spiritborn is way better than you think. I mean, I was surprised at how well it actually does. What time is it where you are? 9 a.m. in the morning, sir. Mac, good to see you there. Pleasure, sir. It's a good old 9 a.m. in the morning. We got quite some hours of Spiritborn ahead of us. So the good thing about Spiritborn is, as soon as you start overpowering your damage source, right? So I went into Torment 1, I picked up Sepasontac, Loyalty's Mantle, and Razorblade. And then after picking these up, my damage suddenly went vroom. But big vroom vroom. Right? We just started flying. Now, you love your content from Warzone. Honestly, I did enjoy my Warzone time, my friend. But, Senga, you know, at some point as a gamer, you notice that competitive online gaming ain't it, and single player gaming just provides more fun. The biggest problem with competitive online gaming is that other people determine how much fun you're having. What does that mean? If I play, let's say, League of Legends, and I want to play ranked, okay? Then I'm playing with 4 other people together. And these 4 other people have the potential to enrich or ruin your game. And if we're honest with each other, it's more often ruin than enrich. And after, you know, doing like, I don't know, over 50,000 hours, sounds like a lot, of competitive online gaming, you kind of like just enjoy being the sole reason why your game is bad or good, right? If I'm not having fun right now, I'll just swap games, right? If I'm not having, like, I just do something else. But in online games, you're kind of like, yeah, like you're stuck in your ranked game or something, right? How was the theater, Wythnet? I was like torn with the theater because it started really bad, honestly. So that Harry Potter and the Lost Child, or whatever, like however it's in English, right? We watched it in German. It started really weak. I mean, the whole theater was nice. The whole setup was nice. The stage was cool. But the first 30 minutes was pretty weak. But then the last 2.5 hours were like super strong. So I guess I'll forgive them. It was like solid 8 out of 10. Good experience. But yeah, I was like, you know, after the first 30 minutes, I was like, oh man, this is dud. Like, we drove all here for this? Oh, yikes. You just reached 60 and you cannot kill stuff on Penitent. What's your advice? That your build is bad. And this is not meant to insult you, Francisco. So if you reach 60, you should be able, with the amount of, like, even with your 25 Paragon points and with the skills you put in, even without aspects, you should be able to just straight up go into Torment 1, usually. It might just be that you choose an unfortunate set of skills that it's not synergizing well, that you're following a bad build guy. I can't tell it, like, I can't tell like where it adds up together. It can be many reasons, but generally speaking, like, it's most likely a build issue, build related issue. When you might also be a new player that doesn't have the bonus Paragon points from grinding Renown, so you need to grind Renown now, right? Greetings from Bulgaria. Greetings to you, my friend. I hope you've been enjoying the content from the beginning. Very kind of you. Okay, we got this one knocked out. I got my whispers that I wanted to get. Then we have to now go for... I really don't want to battle with Endariel. How many things do we have? Like, how many... What I wanted to say. Kobolds. Okay, first things first, we need more recipes, because right now I have 2 potential new items for my character. That's good. Let's do 1 PID. We're currently doing PID 50 to push our runes up. Okay. But we need to start doing Torment 4. I think I could jump into Torment 4, but I just don't want to do that leap yet. So again, we're doing up to billions of damage, right? Let's see, there was 1.3 billion. And we're able to kill Torment 3 Belial. But it's going to be like, unless we start doing 20, 30, 40 billion, we're going to have a harsh time killing the Torment 4 Belial. So that's going to be our next step now, scaling the damage upwards further. And I think I have the tools to do that, because we need to use our 4GA razor plate that we have and some other shenanigans. I wonder really how much more damage that's going to give us. Because right now we're doing damage with thorns, so the more thorns we have, the better. But I also need to make continuously sure to get like enough thorns going. The pit 64 today. Let's go. With which class? With a Spiritborn? Or what did you choose? Can't say good evening, or good morning, or good day, whatever time it is. Whoop. It's probably my favorite attack on Spiritborn. Like, being able to leap so far is quite nasty, right? Oh, 1.8 billion. Let's go. I think the highest we've seen was 4 billion. Like, if truly all my cooldowns are cooldowning and everything is like going, and all the stats are stacking and the multipliers are multiplying, that's possible. Sorcerer, very good. Auto relaxed. Generally speaking, anything over pit 55 is already good this season. And I know people, for some reason, they put like these artificial goals to themselves, what they need to reach to feel good. But I'll be honest with you. If you actually reach Torment 4 on your own feed, and if you start pushing past pit 55, you're good. Now, obviously, Diablo 4 elitists will tell you you're not, but I think the casual player reaching Torment 4 is good. It is aspirational content, and we're going to consider that like the casual player is just working on minimal knowledge most of the time, right? Minimal, like, how do I scale damage? How do I survive? Like that kind of knowledge. And like they might follow a build guide, but that doesn't mean they 100% understand every build guide. So I think like reaching Torment 4 is pretty damn decent. And should be celebrated. Very lucky Spiritborn so far, T-Vibes. I was really surprised, T-Vibes. I mean, I was promised a very shitty character that's super annoying to play and plenty weak. And look at this. Like, we're sending. Right? 3 billion hit. Let's go. There's a bit nuisance, a bit like to the way how I set the build up. But there's not much more I can do about this. So like there's a limit to how far we can take it, pretty much. I don't understand how to build at all. YouTube videos. Like, the honest opinion, like, if you don't know how to build at all, it's helpful to watch videos that explain builds, not just read build guides. Because, like, I mean, I'm self-advertisement, right? Our builds always are very in-depth explained, so you know what you're getting into and how they work. That's very important to me. So that helps. Like, you need to understand. Okay, so we're going to replace our Thorns breastplate here through the 4 Thorns breastplate. Because Thorns is right now how we scale damage. More Thorns is more damage. You have to imagine the way it works is the Thorns is being added on top of what we're doing. Okay? So we have all our damage, and then boom, plus the Thorns we're actually having. It's kind of like how I think it works, but I still need to recap some of that. Okay, let's do a 6er Infernal Horde. If you just started 3 days ago, that's Okul, you need to level up your renown. Renown is your reputation per region, because your reputation per region gives you Paragon points and everything and instantly makes you stronger. You don't have your renown maxed out and your Altars of Lilith found as a new player. Yeah. You should probably, like, I highly recommend watching a new player guide to Diablo. There is like some 2025 new player guides that kind of explain what to do. I think I have a 2024 guide for Xbox players. It kind of explains just like the base game mechanics and what you need to unlock. But there are a few stepping stones that you really need to unlock for power progression that just instantly make you stronger. Like, I, for example, reach level 60 and instantly get 25 Paragon points that you don't get. Right? It was just like, I just set for Xbox because there were Game Pass players joining, so it doesn't have to do anything with PC or Xbox. The game is functionally the same. Is Spiritborn broken again? No, far from. But Spiritborn is stronger than I thought it would be. So what we're doing right now is we're using Rock Splitter. Rock Splitter is the base attack. So as you can see, I don't use any spirit. So I'm using a base attack, okay? That base attack scales with my Thorns. And it gives me more Thorns. So the more Thorns I have, the more damage I deal. Now I also made myself overpower with every 4th to 5th hit. How does that work? I hit my enemies with 2 mobility skills. That is my basic attack. Then I cast Decrepify. If I cast Decrepify, I get 150 offering. If I do this 2 times, I overpower. Which means that every 5th hit I overpower, but then the 5th hit is already the next hit for the next Decrepify. So we start with every 5th hit, and then we go over to every 4th hit is actually an overpower. An overpower goes from normal critical strike, as you can see here, to then billions of damage. So you do like a couple of million, which is admirable. and then suddenly the overpower is like boom, billion. So every 4th hit, I'm pretty much like an absolute nuke cannon, shooting out damage like there's no tomorrow, which means that now I have to just scale my attack speed, that I have as much attack speed as humanly possible. Because if I then have as much attack speed as humanly possible, I'm obviously going to be able to just overpower more, right? Easy math. Now I just have to find ways to scale my thorns, that I have more thorns to then do more damage, because it's just like an easy damage scaling pretty much. And we also increase our Rock Splitter size, which makes me kind of like hit half the screen here. Like it's like you see these white circles, that's the Rock Splitter. Like usually I'd say maybe I should pull enemies together, but due to the actual sheer size of the Rock Splitter, I don't even feel like pulling enemies together. And this is without the 100% size tempers, so I don't even have the biggest size yet. You're just blasting through these guys. Well, also the character's already very nicely set up. So technically we should go over to Torment 4, but again, I want to like raise the character's power level before we go into Torment 4, as I want to not make it feel like a drag. Because right now we could do Pit 55 straight away. I wouldn't want to do it. I think the biggest problem is that we need the Zan Rune. So right now, without the Zan Rune and the Zol Rune, I wouldn't even play it. Now, that's not completely true. The Moni is actually enough. But without the Zan Rune, you can't pretty much play this because you're not going to overpower. That means if you're playing Spiritborn, like you pretty much got to play something else before you play Spiritborn. You got to make sure to get yourself a Zan Rune, and then you can play Spiritborn. You could literally not start with Spiritborn at the start of the season, because then you would simply struggle. You would do so few damage until you finally manage to actually pick up that Zan Rune, and until then you would actually struggle. And that doesn't feel good. Exalted Spiritborn, Invigorating, Exalted Spiritborn. I still don't have the Zan Rune. There you go. That's that. This is Spiritborn, the new class from Season 6 or the expansion. Or both. Season 6 and the expansion. Spiritborn is a class focused around spirit halls. So you're using the power of spirits. Surprise. Spiritborn. To boost your character. We are a Gorilla Spiritborn, which is really cool because right now, whenever we hit an opponent, we also hit him with our thorns. Okay. So our thorns are hitting our opponents in a burst, which then has our thorns that we hit the opponent in a burst with also overpower. Kind of powerful. And on top of doing that, we are also getting barrier. So you might notice how I'm always barriered up, fully buried up almost. How there's literally zero issue on that side. Like I'm not taking any damage because every single hit forward applies the thorns, but at the same time barriers me. So even if someone hits me back, I'm unstoppable permanently. I cannot be made not unstoppable. So I'm just like permanently there. No one can stop me, right? No one can stop me from like doing my things, and I'll always restore barrier. So even if you hit me with whatever attack, I'll just right away get my barrier back. Kind of useful. Wave count's still bugged, yeah, but at the start of the wave you can see the wave count. So the ether count is hearty again and whole. That's the only thing that matters. Come on now. Who cares about the actual wave count? Need that ether count to work. Care the most about. Oh, if that's a soul spire, I'm gonna be unhappy. Feels like the game is playable without. Oh, you can definitely play the game without the expansion. You'll just simply miss out on runes. Runes are very important for overpower builds. Runes are important for cooldown related builds. Runes are important for earthquake builds, for example. So generally speaking, yes, you can play without, but you'll miss out on a very many builds. And the further the game develops right now, the more there's a reliability on runes. Like for example, the Zan Rune to make things overpower is a fixed part of tons of builds as overpower is actually broken, and you're pretty much missing a whole way of playing. Now that being said, you can completely play without the expansion. You're just limited in your choices, right? and you have to make builds different. I recently had someone ask in my YouTube comments, hey, could you please start making builds for non-expansion havers? And I gotta tell you, no, I can't. I'm sorry. If you choose to not have the expansion, that's fine, but you're pretty much neutering yourself. I mean, if you don't want to spend the money, that's okay. If you can't spend the money, that's sad. I'm sorry. But like, we cannot accommodate for you, like, not living up to the full potential of the game, right? Like, I'm not gonna start making builds, like, see, like, then the next expansion comes out and you're not buying that expansion, and then I'm supposed to make builds for someone who does not have both new expansions, right? It's like, I'm sorry, but then you gotta get creative yourself and kind of like figure this out. It just gets worse over time, right? And then 3 expansions are out and you're like, hey, can you make builds for someone who doesn't have all 3 expansions? You're like, what the fuck? Why are you even still playing? Right? If you refuse to buy all the expansions, then just give up on the game at this point. No offense, right? Like, if you don't like it, if you don't want to buy it further, if you don't want to give Blizzard further money, then this is time to quit. No hurt feelings. Okay, we're gonna have to see, like, I changed the Paragon board a little bit to do more damage. We're gonna see how much damage we now do to Belial. Okay. I mean, these guys are just getting torched. It's not a surprise. I need the, yeah, I need this. Like, it's just, generally speaking, I need more greater affix items. By the way, did they shadow buff greater affix items? Because today I've been getting way more. I'm like genuinely wondering how much more I'm getting. Maximum life. I need to reroll the movement speed into armor, I think, if I can, but I don't think I can. Cheers. Oh, that was good. That was good. Magical juice, reinvigorate me. So right now our goal is to get like 15,000 life or something round about that. We really, oh yeah, Undercity, look at this, chat. Oh no, you know what we can do? What's this? We can get ourselves the tribute. This one. This is a mythic tribute, so we would have a chance, but we could also get a Vushnak Pa or a Loyalty's Mantle, because we need that. What is the Spiritborn leveling build? Roman, sorry for missing your question. I did not ignore you. I just missed you. What is the Spiritborn leveling build? This one. We actually did level exactly with this build. Gorillas, Thorns, everything. The earlier you have a Razor Blade, the better. But we did not do anything different. We exactly did this for leveling. I can highly recommend it. How bad was the play and don't lie, Azen? The play was surprisingly good. I mean, the first 30 minutes were bad because, like, I don't know if you've seen the Harry Potter play or if you're actually planning to see it. But they were like kind of fast forwarding through the school years of Harry Potter's son, because it's like the story after the story, right? And the way how they were like fast forwarded that was just not well executed in my humble opinion. So that was really like the first 30 minutes were probably like the weakest part of the play, where you sit there and you're like, this ain't it, chief. But then they really picked up the pace. Like the music was amazing, the costumes were great, the general setup of the stage was like pretty extraordinary. So it was kind of nice. And the story in itself was a bit predictable, so nothing like, how do I say this now? Not a masterpiece of playwriting, right? It's like, okay, sure. I mean, like, oh no, that's the evil guy. You totally did not see that coming, right? It was all pretty much on the nose. The story ain't awful, Azen. It's more like, it's okay. What I have to say is that the play is definitely for Harry Potter super fans, right? Like you don't go to this if you haven't watched every single movie, and if you probably haven't watched the books. There's no use in watching that play, because you're definitely going to be missing crucial knowledge to really enjoy every scene to the fullest. So that's something that really matters, right? When I say super fan, but you literally just have to watch the movies and read the books. Otherwise, it's like you're missing out on the plot holes, story spoilers. And what Spiritborn doing the Undercity is really fun. Can't wait to actually like make him so absolutely overpowered that we're just like one-hitting everything and just flying through this on Torment 4 as well. But I could do this on Torment 1 probably, because again, the rewards in the Undercity are the same on Torment 1 as they're on Torment 4. This is something that people often forget. Like, it doesn't matter. Which I feel like is a problem at this point. Because, like, I get that it's nice for people that are Torment 1, but what's the use for me in Torment 4, right? I literally have zero use doing the Undercity in Torment 4. There's no reason for me to do that. Like right? I should always swap back to Torment 1 to do the Undercity to just have a better timing and everything. Like, for me doing this in Torment 3 right now, technically it doesn't make sense, as it just, like, makes it harder for me. I mean, not that we're struggling, but still harder. Like, no reason harder. Okay, we got it. Now we can leave. Good. 117, that's different AD right now. They made the pit harder. So everything, like, progression-wise, is a bit differently scaled. Is there a big difference between this and the Crushing Hand builds? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're using here the Rock Splitter as a mobility skill. I don't think that Crushing Hands is considered mobility. No, it's core Gorilla. And you're building on Thorns. The advantage of Crushing Hands is Rock Splitter does. Rock Splitter increases your Thorns by 80 for 5 seconds, and your third attack deals 100% of your Thorns to the enemies. So I always do my third attack due to the Subasontak, which means that I always deal 100% of my Thorns damage to the enemy, which also means if I then overpower, that I deal these overpowered 100% damage bonuses. Okay. Damaging enemies with a non-basic skill marks them for 3 seconds. When a basic skill hits a marked enemy, the basic skill damage is echoed to all marked enemies, dealing 200% increased damage. It could technically be funny if I use the Pain Gorger's gauntlets, because it also does attack speed. But if I would use the Pain Gorger's gauntlets, I would have to... Boy, what would I have to do to really efficiently use them? We could consider it, but I would have to use a skill to actually damage them with a non-basic skill. That's a bit eh. Okay, so let's see how much damage we're now dealing to our good old friend Belial. I'm sitting at 8,000 life. I really gotta see if I can... What I wanted to check. We got resistance there. So we got maximum life here, and we got maximum life, but that's the 8%. Okay, that's good. We got the dodge chance. Yeah, that's... we need to get the strength and the int to push this. We need the dex to push this. We have the 8%. That's good. We have the 4% there. That's fantastic. We got the... Berry generation there in the life. I feel like I miss out like a life thingy. More fun than Quill Volley. I never liked Quill Volley, so I can't tell you if it's more fun than Quill Volley. For me personally, it is. I mean, I literally just put on Razor Plate, Loyalties, and Subasontak, and I just got incredibly powerful. So make out of that what you want, right? In terms of what we're doing to the enemy. I'm like a big fan of what we're doing with the Thorn Spiritborn. The problem is that you're bound to your overpowers, right? So I have my damage is coming from my overpowers, and that is like every 4th hit, and if we're then not overpowering, we're not doing damage. So it's kind of like that is where your damage is coming from. Oop. And you also need to make sure that your block chance and everything is up. So the damage can be right now a bit rampy. And we're trying with cooldown reduction and so on to make the damage less rampy and more on point. Oh, double quarterstaff. I'm not looking for a better Sepasontak, as I'm like, I really have a very good one. But I wouldn't say no to a double greater affix Sepasontak as well. That goes with, like, it needs to get follow through and like the basic skills, so both of that. But what I'm looking for is a better loyalties mantle right now, and it won't drop with greater affixes. Where can you find the Beastmaster boss power? It says below when you, like, it's random. So the Beastmaster boss power only comes from apparitions. Okay. You won't get that anywhere else. Right now, my biggest issue is a bit doing the cooldowns, because you need to always activate a cooldown every 8 seconds. Because activating a cooldown gives you more block chance and more dodge chance. And more block and dodge chance is more overpower. But I feel like we have a problem here versus him sometimes, where my curse is not triggering correctly. So we get the overpowers, but the overpowers are not multiplying up as high as I want them to. Also, yes, we can stand completely still versus him. All right, we don't have to, like, in most of his phases actually even move, so that's kind of convenient for the Spiritborn, because like all the poison can't damage us as we are. Oops. As we're like these poison pools, they can't damage us as we're barrier up all the time, right? More than he can damage us. I one-shot Belial on tier 4. That you should that, Gecko, but your character is probably also not just like 4 hours old, right? Right now we're looking for our attack speed items. We need attack speed items. Like, this build is all about, like, it's literally like a one attack speed focus build. That's it. Oh, that was a nice billion hit. Took out like a big chunk of his HP away. So we need more life, we need more attack speed, and then we should be able today to... we should be able to get up to the 20 billion. I'd be surprised if we wouldn't get there in the... Oops. In the long run. So we're really excited for that. But what we need is the loyalties Monty at 60-60. Because if you do the loyalty mantle at 60-60, you're getting more thorns damage and more barrier. Because your casting gorilla skill deals 200% thorns to enemies. Okay, and we get a barrier, right? So that's what we need. But in order to, like, use that efficient, we pretty much need the... We need the loyalties mantle at 60%. With, like, all the bonuses bonusing that it can bonus. Oh, we are right. Wait, why are we not fortifying? I'm missing out 50% of my damage, but I'm... Wow. Have we not been fortifying the whole time, Chad? Interesting. That means we're dealing like we're missing out half our damage currently. Eh? What did I think I was fortifying the whole time? Well, seems like I didn't pay attention at all. Why is fortify so important? Well, that's how like overpowered damage in general works, in case you don't know this. It's fortify plus life plus everything. Eh? I was... Eh? I'm confusion. Okay, we get a loyalties mental, hopefully. No, we keep getting Godslayer crowns. God damn it. Nate, this is a greater affix item. It can't be that hard. I know it's dropping from a Dariel. What do we do? What do we do? I mean, first and foremost, we got new gloves. Okay, why haven't we used the new gloves yet? This is actually pretty simple, because we're in need of a temper, and that would be Rock Splitter size temper. So I'm currently missing on the Gorilla innovation, but for this I need more whispers to actually properly knock this out. We could just go kill Harbinger of Hatred, I guess. Yay. Can you try Army of the Dead build? They buffed it hard. I have an Army of the Dead build, Gladys, and my Army of the Dead build is sitting at pit 75, and that is where I'm happy with. When I could go further if I masterwork better, but I'm not willing to do that because it's boring. But our Blade of Zur build with Army of the Dead is very comfortable doing what it's supposed to do. easy like 20, 30 billion damage. And if I would scale it full, so if I would get everything out the way I should, I think we would be sitting at like up to 50 billion damage. So yeah, but I'm not willing to go further, Gladys. You have to understand, right? So for me, there's no joy in maxing a build out. There's no joy in trying to triple masterwork chance for basic skills to deal double damage. That is not fun. That is just pain. And I usually try to avoid things that are not fun, right? Why would you do things that are not fun when you can do things that are fun instead? Oh god, he's gonna be an absolute pain to do, right? Okay, here. Yeah, I was like, let's kill him in Torment 2. Nope, nope, we're not. This is like gonna be an absolute pain to kill. No, we're good. I just need like more temper recipes. That's it. I should be able to pick them up technically. I have Zangvar with 100% chance for double damage. Exactly. See, like if you really enjoy playing one class, like if you only play one class and not try to make like 6 different classes and a build for every class. So if that's not what you're trying to do, going for the masterwork is good. Wasn't the dash that killed you? It was him just jumping on my face vibes. He does a lot of damage. And usually you're supposed to like avoid him dashing on you and then like destroying the portals with the light orbs, but obviously that's also like kind of why would you play the mechanics of the boss, right? Usually when you're playing the big guy, you just do the damage to destroy the orbs, the portals with a few shots, like right, like Bloodwave for example, or Death Trap, and then you just skip his phase of jumping over you and you having to dodge, and like yeah, that's the usual. But honestly, like him compared to Belial, why even bother? Any advice to farm Forgotten Souls? You just do Helltide. Beyond belief. I mean, it doesn't matter how much you play, you'll always run out of materials if you try to hit perfect masterworks. That's like a lesson to maybe learn. Like there's no way to not run out of materials if you're looking to perfect masterwork everything. It's just in the nature of things, because you're going to play the game, you're going to stack up on materials, then you're going to splurge them on the masterworking. You're going to be out, then you're going to have to go back to do the content to get more masterwork materials to then splurge again and then be out. And that's like the eternal rinse and repeat that gets really boring really quick, because you notice how much like RNG it is to actually get the things up. Especially you're going to take like the 2, 3, 4 hours of farming to then in a little crafting session of 10 minutes burst through everything you had in 4 hours of farming. Then you go back to farm for 4 hours and then you splurge in 10 minutes. So it's kind of like short-lived dopamine for the farming you have to go through. What's the best world tier to farm mythics? Torment 4 or Torment 3? It doesn't matter. Mythic chance is the same at any Torment tier, even though their tooltip claims different in the difficulty menu. You should farm mythics if you want to farm mythics. At the Torment tier, you can kill Belial the fastest, because if you're farming then Belial or layer bosses in general, you just want to blast through them really quick, right? You want to kill them in seconds, not minutes, because if you take minutes, then it's not worth it anyhow. Pretty much the thing there, right? Gonna avoid if Opticide. Well, for Opticide, you can at least just do Infernal Hordes and have like a grand old time, right? Crafting T4 is terrible. It's actually not, as long as you don't take it too serious. So the biggest pain with the crafting comes really from trying to perfect the crafting, right? If you're just happy about having an average crafting experience, that's fine. See, for example, my Sepasontek here has 2 times Masterwork the chance to do double damage, and then 1 time Masterwork to follow through. That's actually a really good result, but technically it's not the perfect result. Technically, this is merely a good result. So I should go back and try to reset the Masterwork and try to hit the triple on the double damage. But honestly, that might take me 5 hours of farming just to hit that. And I obviously don't want to do that because it sounds really, really, really horrible, right? There's a will burst coming in 7 minutes. That one is going to give me the whispers. So the Masterwork system is kind of like fun for casuals that treat the game casual. But if you are a hardcore blaster, like if you really want to see the maximum possible damage of your class, you really want to like 100% something, right? You want to hit the right things. It's not good for these people. Because you're simply not going to. Okay, he actually drops recipes. Interesting. When I should probably just spam the Hellmaiden and hope for her to drop me recipes. That would probably be one of the easier things to do. Are we doing this right now for the whispers? So I can get like more whispers. Okay, we want this, but in order to use that item, we need to get ourselves the Crushing Hands temper first. The Rock Splitter temper. We're gonna increase like the Rock Splitter size. Yep. Doop, doop, doop. My sword is Superman maxed. Had to spend 160k opposite to hit lightning spear double damage 3 times. Aye. See, but the thing is, you don't actually need to hit that to have fun, right, Segura? Like, in order to already dominate the game and already destroy everything, you don't even need to hit that triple double damage hit. You could if you want to, but you don't need to. Hello, I have arrived. Poor guy. Thank you for the... Still not what I'm looking for. It's probably the biggest pain. I'm pretty much right in front of Torment 4, right? I could jump into Torment 4, and I'm missing the temper recipes, though, to do it. So thoughts on Bone Storm. Bone Storm is a skill that wholesale needs to be overworked. I mean, let's be fair, chat. Okay, I think everyone agrees. If you're looking at the skill trees of the classes and a lot of the skills, you notice they are shoddy. There are concepts and they're failed concepts. Bone Storm was fine in the very beginning of the game. It had its use case scenarios, but for example, for Necromancer, they created Soul Rift, and it's just like Bone Storm 2.0. So Bone Storm doesn't have to exist anymore. There's no reason it exists. Like, you can patchwork it up, but it needs a rework. And a lot of classes have these issues, right? New stuff kicked out old stuff and made old stuff so redundant that they might delete it from the game. Right? That's kind of like the way how it rolls. Harbinger boss is harder than Varshan and T1. Harbinger is a greater boss. So there are smaller bosses. That's Varsh, Grig, Zur. And there are the greater bosses with like Endariel, Duriel, and the Harp. And then there's Belial on Tibbity Tobbity. Beast of Ice is also a lesser boss. So lesser, greater, Uber. Kind of. Oh, 5 here. You know what we're gonna do, chat? We're gonna try to get some caches. Oh, 3 minutes. 3 minutes, a lot can happen. Spiritborn needs a buff. Spiritborn is probably the closest to how Diablo wishes all characters were. how the Diablo devs want every other character to be. Sounds a bit weird, but it's kind of like what it is. Well, I've been officially robbed. Not even a single greater affix item. I mean, this is great with maximum resource, greater affix, and maximum life. Like, I could literally use this one on my rogue, and it's just a wholesale success. This is better than what my rogue currently has. I follow your instructions so much easier than other creators. Thank you, True Bale. I'm trying my best. Generally speaking, Gladys, we just need class reworks for a lot of classes. Left, right, and center. I think that's unarguably true. Gotta see if I still want to play Toxic Skin, but yeah. Toxic Skin increases my Thorns damage passively to enemies here. Toxic Skin is great, right? Increases Thorns damage. So we actually never want to activate Toxic Skin. Yeah. In order to clear 150 this season, no one is going to clear 150 this season. Not even remotely. Wonder if I should put 5 points into Ravager, because that would give us more ferocity. And we have the maximum ferocity tempers on the Bibbidi Boots. And if I trigger Ravager, good to go. Keep the good work, White Wolf. Good to see you there. Howdy, partner. Well, boss, elevate. We made it in time, but you know how it is. Like, I really don't want to stand around for 10 seconds waiting for a world boss. It makes me feel like we're wasting time. Not living up to our full potential. Okay, we get 12 stacks of Resolve, chat. 12 stacks of Resolve is 24% more damage with the Colossal. We're gonna have to bring our glyphs now to 45 because that's where the real damage lies. Should probably not worry about a single thing that a Shava can do because he can't really kill me. I'm just sitting here chilling like a villain. You're to fix your gear after getting killed. What we need to actually do is we need to get fortify now. I completely missed that we don't have a source of fortify, and I actually need to think about it. I mean, technically we have when you have 8% increased dodge chance when you dodge fortify. So technically I can fortify, but only if I dodge. See, like I have some fortify there. That seems at best unreliable, especially against bosses. You can switch your merc, yeah, but I need the attack speed at the same time. Wonder if I could find another way to fortify. Like, what other sources of fortify does Spiritborn potentially have for me? Yes, we can use her here. There's no like doubt about that. See if I survive that. Oh, I so survived that. Soapy gives me the temper recipe I'm looking for so I can finally use my new gear pierces. Yeah, Variana can assist with attack speed. Yeah, but like we technically could take Rahir to get ourselves fortified easily. If I had the gear, I wouldn't need Variana. It's like the whole point. Okay. What does Spiritborn have for sources of fortify, my friends? He dropped me a recipe, but that's still not the recipe we need. It actually gets sadder by the minute. Ah, yikes. What can we do now? How could we do more fortify? And first, let me check if we're actually playing the right powers. We got Blood's I-Beam. We got Alex Talon. We got Durill's Burrow, technically. And we have Taurus Rage right now. Okay, let's break this down. Still missing the temper. Just give me Rock Splitter size. Like, seriously. Very uncool, Brosev. So, wait, before we teleport anywhere, let's look into the skill tree if there's any source of fortify, actually. There's not even a single source of fortify. Am I forced to play? You know what? Let's take we're here and just see how that goes for the time being. Sacrifice our fortify and be okay with it. And their fortify boss power. There's a fortify boss power that works with fortify and barium. We don't need that. I'd rather have like a constant source of fortify with my companion. It's a bit stupid for people that play in a party because that's kind of like you get shafted, right? So we go over here. We do the shield bash, shield charge. And we use Variana as our reinforcement. And we're going to still give her the Blood Rage for the bonus attack speed. I think that should work. Kind of fine. Hopefully. Headhunter, thank you for the very first subscription today. Headhunter, welcome to the Knights of the Round Stable. Pleasure to have you there for 40 months already, my friend. Now that we have Rahir will function as a shield charging maniac who just keeps us more and more fortified. Won't probably play a role while we're going through the Helltide. All the way going through the Helltide, very convenient. Oh wait, you know what? Opening chests in the Helltide should actually give us a healthy amount of recipes, hopefully. This is how Spiritborn is going through the Helltide, by the way. I'm pretty much like, I'm not actually using my other skills very much. I'm not going for max damage. I'm just holding down my mouse button, right mouse button, and I just get flitted to everyone. Because rocks, like the Rock Splitter is a mobility skill, so it always dashes you forward. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Slay some cultists here and there again. I know to play with Subo for quality of life commands. I mean, like, yeah, Subo is great for quality of life on maps, but like technically in the pit you don't need it, right? Technically on the outside world, like I guess in a Helltide, Subo can be very convenient. For overpower builds, that fortify is mandatory. But overpower damage is fortify plus max life times all the overpower stuff. So like you don't have fortify, you're pretty much missing out like a whole scalar of damage that gets slapped on top. You're making yourself weaker. We can't have that. Need you at your strongest. I used to watch you about 8 to 9 years ago when you were doing PUBG. It's a while, Drakes. It's a while. Good old times. Oh, I can't even like, I can kill them faster than they can spawn here. Poor lads. I always got to look out that I'm not getting thrown out of the ring, because as you can see, we're dashing like around, and if I press this button too quick, it like throws me out of the ring here. Bit of a bummer. Blood Maiden drops tons of recipes. Honestly, I've been very disappointed with the Blood Maiden drops in general. By the way, chat, what do you actually think about the boss powers staying in the game? Would that be cool for you? Maybe in a weaker version than they are right now. What I really like currently is, like, you were playing the game, you were getting to Torment 1, and then you were killing the Torment bosses, and you actually get rewarded for it, right? Kind of make me happy. I'm not sure if it would kind of like destroy the power creep in the game in the long run, but I kind of like the boss powers. I wish they would keep one of these systems, these power systems, permanently, and then just add others on top. Have you tried using the boss fortify power yet to test? You can get concussive stomp to do barrier, but I have full barrier. Okay, I don't need more barrier. I am the barrier. I love the boss power. It adds option to the build. Exactly. Well, we all know the boss powers are going to go away, but can we just appreciate for a second how it made the power progression feel cool? Like, go from 1 to 60, get to Torment 4. In Torment 4, then, you know, like, get to Torment 1. In Torment 1, use the boss powers to become stronger. Wait, there's more! There's more! This is, like, probably the coolest goblin, right? Look at how much loot I just get from one goblin, chat. Because like the goblin splits, and then 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 the goblin splits, and like every part of this goblin is potentially like then dropping Gucci stuff. I'm just sad it didn't give me any recipes. Sorry, I need to complain. In last season, we at least had the root holds, and the root holds were great for temper recipes. And now it kind of stings. Okay, finally, still not the one we're looking for. Finally, still not the one we're looking for. Good. Yeah, one power goes away, another set of them comes back. Exactly, Asian. But maybe we should keep one stack of powers at the given point.
It is done.
A collection of ancestral leg guards. Okay, show me the money. I'd like to have a greater affix to thorns, if I might say so. Wow, we just got the exact final one. That's not the one we're looking for. Holy moly. Okay, dexterity, no. Dexterity, no. Oh, man. Oh, man. Not so good. How's the class gameplay compared to Necro? Well, you're fast as fuck, boy, is probably the best way how to describe it. When the gameplay with our good old Spiritborn, I stand here in the middle, I hold down my right mouse button, okay? And then I flit from pack to pack to pack and drop like a Rock Splitter with a decent size. While I continuously get barrier, I am permanently unstoppable. So this is important, chat. I am permanently unstoppable. The whole time. And I don't actually need to do anything for this because I have resolve stacks, and resolve stacks make me unstoppable. And every single second I get resolve stacks. And the only way how I lose resolve stacks is actually by enemies hitting me. But since I just like continuously pummel them and destroy them with a few hits, like they're not hitting me. So I actually do get, yeah, resolve stacks the whole time. And I'm unstoppable. So that's that. And then I do basic attack, overpower, basic, overpower, basic, overtop power. Very relaxed build, and now against her, I'm gonna pump my cooldowns because as soon as I use my cooldown, I get more resolve stacks, I get more block chance, I get more crit, I get more of everything, pretty much. Spiritborn recovery, still not what we need. Come on, like I just hope that we can finally pump out the last recipe here. So we're just gonna farm this down now until I have the recipe. How did you go your death trap cooldown to 18 seconds? I only managed to get down to 24 seconds, Terrence. Did you watch the video? So Terrence, we have a whole video that actually explains it step by step, every source of cooldown reduction, everything. You take the death trap cooldown reduction tempers, you get more core skill ranks, you get your death trap cooldown reduction from your boots, beastfall boots, and then you're just bam below 20 seconds. It's just, especially with the tempers, like an absolute no-brainer. Core skill ranks help immense because obviously core skill ranks is more ranks into the death trap is more cooldown reduction as well, because then the base cooldown is just lower. So yeah, Yazarian, thank you very much, Yazarian, for considering to subscribe. That is very kind of you. Happy to see us thrive and grow. Chat, I have very good news for you. There's a bunch of interesting games coming. Monster Train 2. There's Tainted Grail: The Fall of Avalon, which is considered the new Skyrim, coming as well. And I have even better news for you, because I might be able to sneak some preview access to this. So for Tainted Grail, which is like next week, we might be able to get you some very cool content. There's Elden Ring Night Rain around the corner. We got like a bunch of good games coming. Okay, still not what we're looking for, chat, but at least she's dropping a recipe, I guess. But at this point, I just gotta accept that we're at least getting the recipes. Darius, I asked because I trust your adjustment in the class. I see what you're saying, Darius. So generally speaking, this is fundamentally different to Necromancer. Necromancer really stays on the outside and not on the inside, and with Spiritborn, you're always on the inside. Now, I gotta say, Spiritborn is very nice to play because you finally, like, being unstoppable. Like, I don't know if you play a lot of Diablo, guys, but the words unstoppable permanently are amazing. There's so much nuisance in Diablo. You get frozen, you get stunned, you get feared. And being permanently unstoppable, just like really not caring about any of this, is just fire, right? But not even remotely a question if this is good or not. So lady wanted to escape. You can't have that. Oh, this time you did not drop a recipe. Scammed. When I call literal scam here. Just watch your bard video. It's fine to farm the gear in Torment 2, Torment 3. So yeah, absolutely, geek. I mean, you farm the gear for your barbarian or for your necro or for whomever class in the Torment tier you can. For example, Necromancer goes into Torment 2 without effort, so he farms into Torment 2. My Spiritborn actually had to, in Torment 1, farm for Sepasontak, Loyalty's Mantle, right? I had to do that in Torment 1, but then I could jump into Torment 3. The Barbarian, I think, can get away with Torment 2, as you say, and then jump into Torment 4 pretty much right away. Doesn't the season event do tempers too? Yeah, but you know how long that takes in comparison. Zarian, not great to hear that you're not doing good health-wise, but I'm happy that we can lift your spirits, sir. Appreciate it. PoE2 has made me leave Diablo since Diablo 3. I bought the 2 games, but still prefer Diablo 2, 3, and 4 when PoE comes out past there. I mean, I like PoE tremendously, and right now I'm just simply waiting for meaningful patches, right? Kind of like the same for Diablo. I mean, I'm gonna be done with Diablo in a jiffy because I have done everything you can actually do this season. And then we're gonna like just be ready for the next Path of Exile 2 patch. Again, Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon is on my list of things that I really want to play. Hoping that in June, maybe. Like, I don't know what actually the patch schedule right now is for Path of Exile 2 to like expect something grand, right? Kind of feel like they're a bit in a rut. They're trying to like fix their leaking shib, but they should like bamboozle us with cool new content promises at this point. We got so many cinders, like seriously. You know what, that chest could also drop a temper recipe for me, or bust. But it didn't even consider dropping a temper recipe. So you can eat my butthole. What do we have to do? I have to open 2 more tortured gift chests. Let's do the armor and the jewelry. Instead of like riding through my horse, it might just be easier literally to just punish everything. Right? There's the Hellborn, and there was the Hellborn. There he went, ladies and gentlemen. The Whisper Tree, I mean, obviously the Whisper Tree is the best, but the amount of whispers this season is heavily limited, which is super scam. It goes pretty much from overindulging to starving us, right? Like, oh, you get so much, to, oh, we get so little. Pain. First the excitement, then the sadness. Okay, 36 minutes left. We're gonna finish the other Helltide 2, and then we're gonna upgrade the character and push to Torment 4, I think. Right now, my plan. When we're sitting at 9,000 life, we need a better amulet. Our amulet is, I mean, well, you know what? Our amulet set us attack speed, so I guess it's good. It would be better if I had a greater affix to, if it had a greater affix to dexterity. But we can't have everything. I hope everything is fine. Play the Bloodwave Necker, but I missed some damage multipliers. Is it only overpower damage, or should I also pick some crit damage? Yes, definitely crit and overpower. Crit multiplies together with overpower, so both multiply each other up. Like, you always want to go for both. You never want to go for one. You're only hurting your total damage if you don't hog both opportunities. For example, the vulnerable damage and crit damage, they have like they can't infinitely multiply up. Okay, so vulnerable and crit damage, like that used to be the #1 thing to do, and they were like, nah, this is multiplying up too hard. That was like season 1 or season 2, so we need to put a cap on that, right? But with overpower and crit, you can just go nasty values. Usually when it comes down to overpower and crit, you want to keep a 4-to-1, 5-to-1 ratio. So if you have 5,000 overpower, you want 1,000 crit, because at some point, like more overpower has like diminishing returns, so you're not actually getting way more damage for way more overpower. Like, for example, my druid has like 8,000 overpower, but only 900 crit. That's bad. I should cut back on a lot of the overpower to then focus more on the crit to like wholesale increase my damage, as it just multiplies better upwards. If that makes sense to you. Good, you're dead. Ain't got no time to look for that boss material guy. I'm anyways not farming Varshan. Now he wants to drop boss materials for us, but we anyways don't want to do Varshan, right? Right now I need to get invaded to kill that Hellborn. I don't know if they buffed it, but when the jewelry yesterday to upgrade my runes and ended up with a bunch of legendary ones. Huh. I mean, I don't think they buffed it, you just get lucky. So there you go. Sometimes lucky. Gotta take it or leave it. It's the same when people tell you, did they buff the mythic drop chances? I just got 5 mythics in a row. You're like, no, sir. That's just RNG. Why is your Spiritborn always one hit in the pit? Because you don't go for Barium. So right now I play Gorilla Spiritborn. That means every single hit gives me Barium. I could also play Spiritborn together with the skill here that gives me Fortify and Barium. There are multiple ways to really get your survival up. You might also just not have enough damage reduction, because that's also important. Damage reduction is so necessary. You can't ignore damage reduction. We actually made a video about this, in case you wonder, yesterday on the YouTube channel. It's called How to Survive. Here, this is the video. Oh, that's actually, I wanted to show you the thumbnail. So if you go on youtube.com/ponyhoff, this is the video. It kind of talks about how to survive in any scenario with any character, and how you completely forget about damage reduction and you deserve to be beaten with a wooden spoon, because you did. Take the wooden spoon, sir. Okay, we did it, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, the time has come. I can take this pair of gloves and we can utility temper, and I'm going to start simply with Rock Splitter size. Get that Rock Splitter as big as possible. Rock Splitter size, I said. Rock Splitter size. I really want Rock Splitter size. As I said, Rock Splitter size is totally what I want. When I could take the armor height bonus damage also, so that could work in this regard. Then I have to put Rock Splitter size on the other two items, so that's that. Ta-da. We're going to go for the offensive temper. So technically you have two ways. So we can now go for Mystic Circle potency. It's called Mystic Circle potency because it boosts the damage of the amulet. So this amulet gives me 6.4% more damage per stack of ferocity. But I think I'll just go for critical strike damage and overpower damage right now. Good. Now we have the gloves. I'm going to re-roll the critical strike chance into something that's not critical strike chance. In this case, it would probably be dexterity. Why don't we need critical strike? It's actually really simple. Because we always critical strike overpower with our runes. I'm almost out of Forgotten Souls as well, as you can see. Oh wow, I'm just trying to hit that attack speed instead of the armored hide bonus thorn. Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, we got the new pans. They were maximum life. I want maximum greater affix maximum life. I really want that. Tempers. We need the hunter cooldown. Seeker, ultimate skill, the hunter cooldown. Hunter cooldown, 17%, and then it's the big question. I could do utility temper, probably do a defensive temper to get my armor up, because we're going to be struggling on the armor department. I think I might be forced to actually do a defensive temper. Yeah. I just don't see how otherwise I can get things meaningful upwards and onwards. Oh, I can't take the total armor. Like anything but the total armor, okay? Yeah, the dexterity is better in this case. Okay. That's really nice. This makes me considerable stronger already. We're at 11,000 life, as you can see. That's a big O. See if I could just jump into a pit 55. And right now we don't have the resistances to actually do it, but who cares? Hardest boss on Diablo 4 is right now Lilith, due to the way how she's set up. That you can't actually properly kill her. You know what I mean? Like you gotta go through all her faces. It's a bit weirdly designed. Yeah, we can do Torment 4 pit easily. Not surprised. We still need more life to really excel our damage hard up. That's the thing. Like, we need to get the damage to multi-peel billions. So double-digit billions is our goal today. We're single-digit billions. Resistance is negative. What can you do? You get more resistance. So with every further torment tier, you get less resistance. That being said, like for example, my rogue has pretty much all resistances at 0, 0, 0, and it doesn't matter because barrier is always fully elemental resistance. It's weird, but as long as you have a barrier, you resist elemental resistance better than not having a barrier. So if you have 0, 0, 0 armor and 0, 0, 0 resis, you can still survive in Torment 4. Just need to have like a constant source of barrier, and once you don't have a constant source of barrier, you just die. I never played Spiritborn. Honestly, I also have not played much Spiritborn Dark Cat's Eye. I have been focusing since Spiritborn has been released on Gorilla builds. I don't actually like Ego builds very much, so for me it's always about how can I make the Gorilla builds work, because I kind of like the theme of the Gorilla, and it's kind of fun to finally do a Thorns related build, because usually Thorns are considered useless, but the intriguing part right now is the way we're playing, that we hit, right? And then every hit does pump our Thorns out to do damage as well, but that damage can overpower. So if I now activate my glyph, my Zan rune, then in the next 0.35 seconds, all my attacks will overpower. Which means that, like right now, my Gorilla just goes pop, 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 super attack speed, right? And then suddenly I am going to hit like also my Thorns with every hit, and that will overpower too. So every fourth hit, I will hit hard. Sadly, I can't do it more often than every fourth hit because that's like the maximum that we can do right now with the runes. And there's like no better rune. Okay, we're seeing more billions than ever. It's kind of cool. Yep, this is kind of nice. I just need an upgraded loyalties mantle now. Wonder if I could do a Torment for Infernal Horde already. What's the best way to solo as a Bone Spear Necker? Well, I wouldn't play Bone Spear for anything but the pit. So generally speaking, yeah, Bone Spear is just really just good for that. Okay, we got Hoobers up and then Hoobers another level. I need to consider that I might have to change glyphs. So right now we're playing Hoobers and that's giving me Thorns together with dodge chance. But I'm generally considering if I should actually play some bonus critical strike damage or something in that direction. Maybe a dominate glyph too. I haven't completely decided. I mean, we need more Thorns. We have a good amount of Thorns. We're sitting at like a 5,000. And if I activate this, we're sitting at 9,000. So that's kind of nice. And if I activate this, we're at 11,000. So like we're like, you know, can scale this. Spiritborn worth playing again. I'm sitting in Torment 3 without a problem. Ace of Kings. I'm actually sitting in Torment 4 without a problem. If it's worth playing, you're going to decide for yourself. I can say it is strong. It is fun. And I'm enjoying myself. I was expecting it to be more of a drag. And it's less of a drag than expected. And that's kind of cool. Like, gotta consider I'm Torment 4 ready too with a Spiritborn. Without actually having a single glyph to 45 is also good. So yeah, I'm really enjoying the Spiritborn journey so far. And I thought I wouldn't. So now we need to get Loyalty's Mantle. And if I'm not completely mistaken, like I'm gonna double check this right now because I feel like I'm going crazy. Max roll boss here. So let's double check if I am actually in fact going crazy. So I am looking for Beast of Ice, Lord Zur, Uriel. I'm looking for Loyalty's Mantle, Spiritborn, Sepasontak, Rod of Kapaleka, Sunburst, Scarjake. Wait, where is Loyalty's Mantle dropping from? From Grigoire? Really? Oops. Been trying to get it from Duriel the whole time. Well, that kind of explains a lot to me, huh, ladies and gentlemen? Well, we have been not getting a loyalties mantle. Is Heartseeker possible to play? Yep, should be. Not sure if you want to play it though, as Death Trap is just so dominant, right? Like, technically no reason to play anything but Death Trap. Obviously, we're not the keeper of your. See, like he just lost all his HP. we're not the keeper of what is fun and what is not fun. Choose that for yourself. Okay, we need to get Grigoire. What did I miss? That Grigoire is dropping loyalties mental? I don't know, Chad. Yeah, I am so bad at the game. Technically, I could play this ring. I'm not sure if that's possible to enjoy. +6 to all stats per ferocity or resolve stack, and I am like, when I'm fighting, right, we have like the 12 resolve stacks and we have the 11 ferocity stacks, so that would be a lot of bonus stats, but I'm not sure if that's even worth it, right? It's like +6 per, we have 22, so 22 times 6 per stats, so that's another 120 all stats, which gives you more resistance, more armor, more overpower, more everything pretty much. I don't think that's worth it, right? Because you fueled and perseverance. Which is fueled and perseverance? Patient, bastion, auspicious. Perseverance is more damage reduction, and what's fueled? Fueled would be heal. Not really worth it. You like to play Blood Surge, but you need an alt character for bossing. Yep, that's the reality. So Blood Surge is great. You can also do bossing with Blood Surge. But right now, for example, if I was going to farm Mythics, or if I was going to farm Spectral Ash, I would definitely take my Rogue for that, because my Rogue, unquestionable, is just the fastest bosser of my whole lineup. So like let's say I just want to get Mythics, right? Not that I'm actually trying to like get items for my class. No, just Mythic, just general Mythics. Definitely down to my Rogue, which I also wouldn't do, right? Or if I want to farm Infernal Hordes, like technically my Barbarian. Oh wow, that was so much damage to him. My Barbarian would also be a great choice. The Necromancer with minions would obviously not farm Infernal Hordes. That makes no sense. I mean, it works, but it's just not as efficient as the others. Okay, we need a 60% greater affix loyalties mental, chat. Come on, we can do it. A Bone Storm build? Nope. I mean, you can do a Bone Storm build, but it's a fake build. Why is it a fake build? Sounds weird. Bone Storm only works if you make it overpower, but in order to make Bone Storm overpower, you gotta like do it in weird ways. So you kind of have like a build that actually doesn't do anything unless you kind of force it to do something, right? It's like a lot of the builds nowadays are like that. I mean, this, for example, too, would this work if I wouldn't force it to overpower? No, it wouldn't. So the only way this works is I have the Zan rune and I'm forcing the Zan rune to give me overpower. So that's like how I get my damage boost. And if I hadn't gotten the Zan rune, like we wouldn't actually do any damage with this, right? Just sit at pitiful millions of normal crit damage instead of like billions of overpower damage. It's a bit down to like obviously how overpower calculates in the game. Okay, Grigoire, the Galvanic Saint. Helm Greater Affix, chat, finally. problem is we also need a 60%. So Helm Greater FX, 48%. I mean, it is better than what I have, right? Wholesale. So ta-da, we already get a better one, but I think let's try a few more, okay? Do you need to finish the season campaign for Alts 2 for Belial to pop up on the map? Yes, you need to do the quest until you're done with the quests to make it pop up. Okay. Should we try to gamble another ring, Chad? Kind of want to go for him and then just go ring, 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 banana phone, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
Too bad, friend.
Banana phone, I get this feeling. Oh, wow, dexterity and attack speed. Let's go, chat. Let's go. I should sell this. This ring, just straight up fire. Just sell it.
I forge more than horseshoes.
Okay, tempering. We need the hunter cooldown reduction. There you go. Hunter cooldown reduction and worldly finesse. Into a few masterworks. Then the critical strike chance needs to be easily reworked into maximum life because it doesn't make sense to be critical strike chance. Again, we always crit. There's not a chance that we don't crit, we just crit.
See some steel you need.
We still have to change the glove aspect, actually. We're playing a wrong glove aspect. So I've been using redirected force, and the reason for redirected force is it gives me gain increased critical strike damage equal to your block chance, and blocking doubles this bonus by 10 seconds, and my block chance goes up by 100% if I just press the block chance, the armored height button. So I kind of feel like it's actually good. Belial boss hat. Ooh, what? What is that? What? Hold on. Oh, that's nice. Cool. How do you get that? But just kill Belial. And he was like, Ohio, here you go. Okay, what's my attack speed at, chat? My attack speed is sitting now at 110%. Let's go. So we finally have all the attack speed bonus that I was looking for. That's good. Again, the faster I attack, the better it is. By the way, when you use your ulti, you kind of want to use it when you're close to actually critting, right? So you know that you critical strike overpower every 4th hit. So you kind of want to use your ulti as you do hit number 3. And then on hit number 4, you then have your ulti do the damage, but then overpower at the same time. So I'm just looking here now. It's happening. Oops, I do my ulti, and then they overlap, okay? Because this again says your next attack will cause your hits to be guaranteed critical strikes and overpower. So if I jump in, the animation happens, bam, I trigger the rune. Then suddenly the damage that was going to be just normal actually turns out to be critical strike overpower damage. Which leads to a big damage boost. But you kind of need to time that correctly. It's not necessary for max damage, but it still helps. So I'm going to activate my things and then jump in and miss the timing a little bit. Like, I need to get used to this playstyle too, still. We're getting there. This is also why you want the hunter cooldown as low as possible, because it's like just a nice source of bonus damage that you can add to the fray. Okay, 1, 2, so 1, and now I jump, 2 activated, boom. Oh, oops, I kind of missed out on standing proper. Like, still due to all the ramp we're doing, it's like really randomized damage at times. Sometimes billions, sometimes not billions. Test, Eric. Test, Eric. Test. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we please do some prayers? Oh, Helm, double greater. Come on, please, 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 please. 60%. No, 36%. Eat my butt, 36%. Like it's so important that it's 60 because skills of their base spirit gain vigor cost reduction and skills of their base spirit gain cooldown reduction. Actually, you know what? We just literally need the cooldown reduction here, yeah, to 60%. Because that would allow me to spam the armored hide more often. So please give me that. But it's not really not worth it to like swap over to a double greater affix version if the actual stats are not higher, right? Oh. Oh no. Sorry, I just walked into that. Loyalty's mental. If you ask how have I so many of these husks, I bought them from a vendor in town, from a friendly guy that offered to sell me these things for a few billion gold, and he obviously farmed them ethically. Done over 50 bosses so far. Sir, don't worry. I've done over 100 bosses at this point. 100 Belials. And I have not gotten a mythic. So make out of that what you want. All my mythics are from...
What's left, you ask?
Say it. Say it! All my mythics are from the... Yeah. From the chest. Goodness Christ. What a brain fart. Biggest brain fart. So, I have 274 critical damage to 9,900 overpower. Yeah, you should definitely sacrifice some overpower damage to pick up yourself more critical damage. Like again, overpower does have diminishing returns. So there's just like, it's just less efficient after a while. Now, technically, okay, so how do I say this now? So you can do that. It's not like going to quadruple your damage, right? Like by making sure that you don't have these diminishing returns, you're not doing 8 times more damage. But it will be better. The best place to farm up to site depends on your character. For example, with the Spiritborn, I could really well do Nightmare Dungeons because I'm pretty much flitting through Nightmare Dungeons, right? Okay, like I keep getting these rings that I really don't want. And I just want a helmet with 100% or 60%. It'll be more consistent damage then. Yeah, for sure. Use your cooldown. Use your cooldown. I gotta like spread my cooldowns out for the main reason that you need to use a cooldown to get maximum thorns. Right? So that's how I get more thorns damage, by the way. Oh, did you see that? There's like 5 billion damage instantly with the hunter into overpower. Helmets! I want greater affixed helmets. Oh, that is so sad here, Chan. If 1,500 OP and all my other are damage per dark shroud, that's because damage per dark shroud is just broken, where the damage after you leave stealth. Right? That's because they're just simply broken. Careful now. Oh, so that damage, nice. Like a big fan of this Spiritborn so far, but I really want to take it like to the max. If so, while your Spirit Hall choices match, right? Their bonuses are 100% skill of their base spirit gain. Yeah. So we need the full cooldown reduction. It's just like having to double read it again. Helm, greater affix. Come on, 60%, 60%. 56. I'll take it. I'm gonna be happy. 56 is fine. Okay. Are you itch? I'm great. Bit tired. I mean, the wife and I drove 5 hours to Hamburg and 5 hours back yesterday, and the drive back was definitely straining. I was that tired and had to like swap drivers every 30 minutes. Like, you drive. No, you drive. No, you drive. No, you drive. Right? No, you drive.
I forge more than
I'm tired. You drive.
what you need.
Dexterity. I've been just missing out tons of dexterity here, Chad. This is actually really sad. If you look at it, how much dexterity we've been missing out on. So there's a bunch of max damage. You like the theater? Yes, the theater was great. My wife also got us lounge tickets, so that was really nice because you had food and drinks for free. And you kind of think that lounge tickets are not necessary, but considering how expensive drinks and even snacks were there, it's kind of like we get drinks and snacks for free, so the lounge tickets just paid for themselves pretty much. So now you're noticing that 1 billion damage, like this is pit 60, right? And you're noticing how 1 billion damage is quite like, it's good. But we could pretty much like clear pit 55, right? Without blinking. And now for the pit 60, we'll already have to like go for another magnitude of damage. See, that is a 3 billion damage. Normal elites I can kill, so that's not a problem. The triple elites are annoying. Boom. Okay, this is good. Like it. But your latest video on the barrier and reduction everything makes it very helpful. I really like to put out like these survival and damage guides. Technically, it's all knowledge. Everyone should have that place, Diablo, right? But that's obviously not the case. I have seen a lot of people commenting, hey, I play your Bard build, but I can't survive in a Torment 4. Like, but how is that possible, sir? Like with basic knowledge, you should know how to survive. But that's the thing. Some people just don't know how to build their defenses. They get like the armor up to 1,000. They get the resistances up to 75, and then they think that's enough. Completely ignoring damage reduction, for example. And then they stack 100% damage reduction, and they think, you know what? With 100% damage reduction, I have 100% damage reduction, right? Surely, no, you don't. That's not how damage reduction works. That's crazy. Why would you have 100% damage reduction when you stack 100% damage reduction? Preposterous. There's no command, sir. Exclamation mark MOBA shows you kind of like my mobalytics with all the written build guides, but they always have the video guide attached to them. Highly recommend visiting the YouTube. Self-sellout. There's just the best explanation in business for every build. And so far we have every class covered. The Necromancer even with multiple builds. Druid 1 build, Bard 1 build, Rogue 1 build. Mostly focus on the Necromancer for multiple builds as I just enjoy that one the most. The other classes mostly have them one build that goes really good. You know what? It felt like a drag in the beginning, but we're still like 4 minutes to boss here. So I guess it's not even a drag. It's just me feeling weird about it. Okay, I guess I gotta kill everything here and just hope that it pops. It's one of those weird pits where we probably have to backtrack. Then we kill like one dude who's like standing in the middle of one room, and then suddenly it gives me the last minute. We love those pits, chat. We absolutely love them. See, that triple elite is just an absolute drag. I mean, he will die in the long run. He will die. If my overpowers are overpowering. Yeah, wasn't enough. Let's see if killing these guys is going to be enough. You don't actually have to go back to the next level. You just have to trigger like the event, right? So there might be like this one guy, and then suddenly we jump to the boss. The beautiful backtracking, chat. Great. Great. Now, you could just walk back to the first level, right? But the thing is, there's pretty much potentially one mob you just kill, and then he jumps over. Doesn't follow rhyme or reason often. Good. Now let's see how long we're going to take for the boss. The good thing is that we don't face like any danger of death, right? I can stand like in Bramble's poison, and that's it. We're gonna do Bramble, kill me. Okay, we're gonna activate this 1, 2, then get this one out. Boom, power boost. Get him decimated. There's the billion hit again. Keep our thorns up. The cooldown reduction is now really nice. Like, we're really keeping things up. I like to see that. Okay, we gotta wait for one overpower, and then the next overpower. See everything come together. Big damn, big damn. We love to see it. 2 billion hit. Great job. And 2 billion hit, and we're done. What did I want to clear that pit 60? Because with pit 60, I can now go colossal, colossal. So we're at 41, and I can get +1. And we can get 41, 41, and we can go. So now with a pit 55, or even a now pit 55 are gonna be, I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, bomb, upgrade. So I can get them legendary. I'm scaling with basic attack and fizz damage as timbers. You tried that as well. Basic attack damage is not, well, basic attack damage could be worth it, Bartgast. What you don't want is ranks into the skill, because sadly the ranks into Rock Splitter, they don't scale. Like, look at this. One more rank in this case is 2% more damage. It's not like in other skills where it's like tons of damage. So like that's just some. It's actually kind of sad. Gotta definitely try out the basic attack damage too, as you say. You get +4 pants, me too, but it's useless. It's actually like, Barkus, you're better off getting thorns, because your thorns damage is times 200% and times 100% and everything, right? So that thorns damage is better to upgrade than actually the ranks. It's a bit sad, but it is what it is. By the way, this is here the comparison between like a pit of 55 and 60. Like the pit 60, right, was a drag, right? For the character yet. But the pit 55 is just like, yay. That's why I keep saying, if someone is able to beat pit 55, well done. And if you're then able to actually go for 5 level pit tiers higher already, you're doing great. Now, look at the difference in scaling already needed to do that. You ran out of bundled herbs. Yeah, I don't know the best source. It might be Legion events, if I'm not mistaken, for bundled herbs. But who wants to do Legion events? Like, seriously. Like, if you want to find out if bonus ranks are worth it, or guess, just literally look at the skill. I mean, for example, for a core skill, getting more ranks can be everything up to 9 to 10% more damage. 10% more damage for a rank is huge. 1 or 2% more damage for a rank? I mean, like, not really. Generally speaking, if you do the Spark farm trick, Spark farm trick to push reputation, you get the whole reputation board, and that gives you tons of crafting materials too. Might be actually the best way to get yourself bundled herbs. In case you don't know what the Spark farm trick is, you make new characters, then you use your Spectral Ash to push them reputation-wise forward, because these new characters get the whole reputation board then looted, plus the Spark. And for this, you need to literally just kill 22 Belials to get enough Spectral Ash to actually do it. Like right now I can do it. I need 14,000 Spectral Ash, so simple as it. That would be better than doing Legion events, might it? Because let's be fair, like 22 Belials, if I do that on my rogue, it's going to be 5 minutes. Right? Like it's like 5 seconds per Belial, then you summon, then you go. Like it's probably going to take longer than looting than killing. Why is Lilith so hard? You need movement speed. If you don't have movement speed, you're going to be cocked versus her. Because you can't avoid her Winds of Hate thingies correctly and everything. Still need to consider if we actually want to use redirected force. I don't have the crit to like really profit from it. I'm not going to choose another multiplier. See, now I can do 5. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. First legendary. Damn. John, thank you for the 20 Australian dollars. No, that... Yes. Yes. Awesome seeing you doing a Thorn spill. Thank you for contribution to the gaming community. I wasn't even sure if I'm going to do it, John. Thank you for the 20. It's really kind of you. Because I don't like playing Spiritborn too much yet. People bullied me into this. So what can I do? Can't just ignore the demands of the people. I'm not happy. Like, all right, I wanted to check reputation. Yes, thank you for reminding me. The scrolls didn't give you any reputation on the new character. Did you do the quest first, Ganja? It does work. You just have to do until this quest, and then you get your reputation. I mean, I'm not going to say you probably forget to do the quest first, but that might be a thing that you forget to do the quest first. It would be the likeliest explanation. I'm saying that that's what happened. Just like, I assume. What do we get here? We got a Robot Rod Sustain Ward Crozier, Protection of the Prime. Could we use Protection of the Prime? It would give me more dodge chance, but not really useful, right? Quarterstaves, that kind of stuff. We get another Resplendent Spark, so we can make ourselves, like here, the cache. 2 of them, actually. Hey, chat, you want to know what's in there? Well, let me not open it with a Spiritborn. Why would we not open it with a Spiritborn? Well, that's actually simple, because the Spiritborn can get the Shattered Vow, and you really don't want the Shattered Vow. The best to open it is the Necromancer, because Necromancer can get Grandfather worst case scenario. You don't want to open it with a Druid, because the Druid can get the Staff. You also don't want that. The best character to open is like Necromancer or... Yeah, Necromancer actually. Just the best. Okay, what do we have, ladies and gentlemen? A ring and a helm. Cool. Well, the Endariel's Visage is like, yikes, but the Ring of Starless Skies is finally fun. Because I have a bunch of builds I can actually use the Ring of Starless Skies in. Could I use it in my build? No. The Spiritborn couldn't use it, sadly. Because I need to use a resource, and I'm not using a resource. It's bad. Okay, what do we do now, chat? We need to look for a different aspect, because I don't like the aspect of redirected force. I've been using this to boost my crit damage. But I just simply don't have the crit damage to really profit from this. Like, usually I stack crit damage like crazy, and then I multiply it up, and then we're like, whee! Bang, 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 bang. Okay, what other aspect do I have? Like, I could make my attacks be faster. I could do more vulnerable, but I do vulnerable. Bristling Vengeance is payback, but we don't do payback. Each different basic skill you cast increases your damage. I don't do that. Elements is useful. Useless, I mean. Inevitable Fade. No. Intercom. I mean, technically I do stand still, so it's like triple damage bonus. Feathers, useless. Retribution. Technically, we do knock down enemies a lot. Technically. When you cast third attack of your basic skill, you have a 26% chance to unleash Payback. So you could technically put the Rings of Payback in, right? Just as another bonus damage scaler. And then it would actually do, each time an enemy attacks you, the damage Payback is increased. And then Payback Pass grants you vigor when you take damage. Payback is now also core skill. No, we don't need this. And like, I wouldn't know if it would actually be worth it to unleash the bonus paybacks. It would kind of be fun to see. Like, should we actually just put it on for the YOLOs, chat? Okay, so every third attack gives us payback, guys. We're gonna remove the poison resistance. We're gonna do payback into each time an enemy attacks you is increased, and we don't need the core skill, right? I wonder, it says on cast, but it says here you have to unleash payback, so that's not cast, so I wouldn't say that thing actually does work, right? Let's see.
This place is...
So now on top of our like, does anyone know how payback actually looks as an attack when it happens? Like, the basic idea would be if I have a potential chance to unleash payback, then the payback also has a potential chance to overpower, because like all my attacks get overpowered. So that means when I just pummel my, oh, it actually works. It consumes the vigor to do more damage. Oh, interesting. Intriguing. You could technically use resource to... I wonder if my damage is higher or lower without the redirected force, like how much that's going to influence it. I don't think the payback is really worth it. It's just like funny to see that it actually does work. You could use the Starless now. Interestingly enough, we could use the Starless now, true. But that would cost us another aspect, and I don't actually am able to afford that. So if I want to use the Starless, I would have to stop using the payback aspect, and then it wouldn't work. Because the aspect of the adaptability and the other one are better. And the circle aspect is also really good, because the circle aspect gives me 6% more damage per stack of ferocity. I think I have. And I have like up to 12 stacks of ferocity, so that's like 12 times 6, well, this is a lot of damage. I feel like my damage total is lower without the Redirected force. Yeah, I haven't seen a billion hit in a while, but maybe I just need to pay more attention. Oh, there's a billion hit. I see it! It's there! Still exists. I'm not using the circle aspect, but the circle aspect is so good for like especially bossing. Like not for going like through the pit itself, right? Because you're mostly just walking out of your circle. I guess the circle becomes really good if you would temper the potency of the circle, because right now is the circle does like a 6% bonus, but you could take a rune that actually ups the potency of the circle too, which is kind of nice. So you get the circle more potent, like by 100%, then that would be a lot of damage. So we're doing now more or less damage with the payback, chat. Couldn't efficiently say. But it's certainly happening quite frequent. What do we feel about that? I mean, you could technically casting a basic skill while at maximum resource spends it all to make all nearby enemies vulnerable, activating your main boss power grounds 30% more vulnerable damage. And we could technically play this as I have now the attack speed, right? So we would have a source of making everyone vulnerable at every given time. So that would also spend our resource. Does it say like, does Starless say spending your primary resource reduces cost? You see, like it just says spending primary resource. So we could technically play the Starless Skies over the... Why would you lose maximum life? The problem is I get attack speed, I get core skills, and I get 50% more damage, but I actually don't need it. That's the whole point. Okay, so the payback thing, though, I don't like. So we're going to keep the payback thing out. We're going to put the 3 points back in here again. Because the payback thing is just not worth it. Like, it just doesn't do anything. So what other damage do we have? Like, what other aspect that I could, like, play around with? I mean, Vehement Brawler just gives me 30% damage booster. Enemies who move while poisoned by you additionally take 250% of your thorns per second, but that's per second, so that's useless. I mean, Thorns damage you deal has a chance to all enemies around to you and your minions, but that's useless, kind of, because I don't know. I don't feel this. I don't think the Needle Flare aspect would do more damage much. I guess Conceited is just another 30% damage scaler, and that's it. Rapid, but I don't need Rapid. We're currently sitting at enough attack speed to be happy, and I get more attack speed the more I temper. Here, we want to try out a Torment 4 Horde now, Chan. I wasn't sure how well Torment 4 is going to go for me, so I'd say let's try a Torment 4 10-way Horde, because I need Masterwork materials. Let's kind of whip that out. Is the unique role affix important for Sepasontek? No, you need this up. Sepasontek needs to be also at 130%. Are you gonna be missing out? Okay, that one just got pushed over. Oh wow, the guys with the damage aura will never not be annoying. Kind of like want to get rid of the toxic skin, but the toxic skin is just too useful to actually get rid of. here. Damage reducer. We really need something to continuously pull everyone together, but I can't play Vortex because I need all the other skills, and I can't also use a Vortex skill. When I could technically use pull close, that would every 5 seconds pull everyone close to me. That would be an automatic pull, but I couldn't influence the pull, so it would just be happening when it happens. Okay, Torment 4 is still a bit slow for this. Our crushing hand aspect on the ring. There's no crushing hand aspect on the ring. Or is there a crushing hand aspect on the ring? Oops. You know, there's a crushing hand aspect on the ring because I like you know what? We're missing 100% damage right now. Oops. So the crushing hand aspect is on the ring because we swapped the ring and forget to swap back the aspect. So we're currently missing an aspect of adaptability, which is 100% bonus damage. Or we're missing the aspect of the Moonrise. I don't actually know which one we're missing, but one of the two we're missing. So one of my 100% damage aspects. Cool. I mean, that's interesting because I kind of felt like our damage has dipped at some point. And we're still doing fine. So that was great to see. Well, interesting, chat. Look at that. Give me a moment. Put that on. Well, might for gloves. What for? I don't need damage reduction. I'm undying. Might is only needed if you actually struggle, but like, do we look like we struggle? So we get the aspect here of adaptability. That gives us 100% more damage, okay? But what we now need is Moonrise, because Moonrise is also another 100% more damage. Oh, and more attack speed. So we've been literally missing out on 100% more damage. Well, that explains it, Chan. Good to know. Let's see where we can take this now. It also gives us more attack speed, so that's kind of like, anyways, big bummer to miss out on. Yep. That kind of explains a lot. There was a 4 billion hit now. We're back, chat. We're back. Okay, now we actually need to test Torment 3 Belial again on how fast we can by now kill him. But I'm not sure which item I would be looking for. Technically, a quad greater affix Seposantag with 130% bonus or something like that. The usual, right? Why would he not look for that? Wave counters back sometimes. Sometimes, my friend. When you definitely have the ether counter back, that's the most important part. Everything else is bonus. Okay, that feels vastly better. A surging Hellborn, thank you. You don't even have a GA Seposantag. Yeah, you want a GA Seposantag for basic skills to do double damage. Because you might be doing a lot of Thorns damage, but you also still do basic damage quite a lot. Again, I gotta find out temper-wise if technically basic skill damage tempers would be good, because they're actually quite huge. I also would like to know if I could use the Pain Gorger gauntlets. Efficiently. Come on, give me another stack of Spiritborn. know you want it. Also, the wave counter isn't back. I think it just updated because I teleported out and in. I'm honest with you, I think it just updated because I teleported out and on. We're not going to summon the lords because I can't handle them right now. Is Bash Barb any good? So right now it's all about Summoner Barb, Whirlwind Barb, Earthquake Barb. I don't think Bash Barb is going to be... I mean, it's probably going to work. I don't know how far you can bring it. Alright, so Bash Barb was hot for that one season and then not hot. And it's not hot anymore. Well, please give me more. Give me more of those Hellborn, Father. So like right now, it would be so good if I could somehow pull them all together. But how will we do it, chat? Any suggestions? I mean, obviously the suggestion would be pick up Vortex. I wonder if we should just drop the Rushing Claw and drop the bonus thorns from the Rushing Claw and just live with the minus thorns of that. Do that. Technically drop the Ravager and the Circle, and then I could play Vortex, but that also feels bad because I need the attack speed. It's like 11 is like, it's another 50% attack speed, and we're now like with all these bonuses up, we're sitting like at almost 200% attack speed, and that's necessary, right? You need to sit at 200% attack speed. Right, Bash Barb, but no go this season. There you go. Thank you for sharing your experience. When you might get with, like, any build could probably get you into Torment 3. I'm going to be honest with you. Any build could get you into Torment 3. But if you actually want to get into Torment 4, you will have to either expand significant effort or play certain builds, right? For example, my Blizzard build could also get into Torment 4, but it needed to put some more effort in than the Lightning Spear. Especially when it comes down to killing bosses, right? Like even now where it's like really maxed out, it's like good versus bosses, but it's not as good as, for example, the Death Trap Rogue, right? I mean, then again, technically you don't even need to farm Torment 4 bosses because they're like, that's just more a mark of pride than a mark of you gotta do that. Hey chat, we got 350 ether. Which wave is this? Check. Which wave are we at? Stalking Devils, Summon Lords, here, more Hellborn. Okay, we're a wave 7. You know what? That's not bad. I mean, for Spiritborn, without pulling together, freshly minted, Torment 4, not like super masterworked up. Fine. Like what we get going on here. Oh, wow. Press like too many buttons at the same time. Panic chat, panic shuffle. Okay, we're still not at the 10 billion. So the highest we've seen was, I think, 4.8 billion. How do we get more billions now, chat? Where's the next lever, the next level? The next scale that we can tip in our favor? And I guess 12 out of 12 masterworking my razor blade would go a long way because that's more thorns. I don't know. Do we have a 12 out of 12 masterwork? See, like, I go a long way. Then masterworking up my rings, like, to aid more max life. Yeah, my glyphs, getting my glyphs up to 45 would definitely help. So you're correct about that. You know what? I'm actually happy with 480 favor, like ether. Come on. And I've been getting really favorable in veins and boons. Do you know if you have a health type currently at Horde's location, you can get random butcher spawn in Horde? The random butcher generally spawns in Hordes more often now. I don't know if that's bound to health types in general. But I have had random butchers spawning. I think they made it possible, like the Infernal Butcher, obviously. Which I think is a great thing. I like that the Infernal Butcher, like, I wish they would actually make it a bit more dangerous that you can actually die to him. Right now, if I'm on, you know, if the Infernal Butcher comes, I'll just kick his nuts. Not really a threat. It's more like a nice to see you. Wow, 600, ladies and gentlemen. Holy. I've been following this build since you posted it and went all in on overpower, damaging it to 79 pit. Let's go, Ruska. How's your masterwork looking? Just like if you want to update us. Like, are you sitting at 12 out of 12 everything? Because I don't even have my pants masterwork yet. So we have growth potential. It's still there. Right, we still need to get our new pans activated, but I'm currently waiting for max life pans because that would be just the best thing I could get, right? Just give me max life pans. Oh, you want to stun me? Well, you can't stun me, sir. Ain't happening. I'm not sure if we have the damage to actually... Yeah, we should have the damage to kick the butcher out. Wait, he just vanished? Why did he vanish? Like, how quick did you vanish, sir? Like, he didn't even want to fight. He was like, oh, no, sir. Like, you touched me. Oh, no. Oh, the pain. And then he was gone. Yeah, I gave him like 3 hits. What? I thought I'm being hunted down, sir, by you. Where was the hunting down? Right? I was promised a good time. Chat, where's my good time? God damn it. By the way, like here, Riska, are you playing the overpower glyph? Because we're currently not playing the overpower glyph. I don't actually know if you can get dominate with the Spiritborn. I don't remember correctly. But yeah, we're not playing the overpower glyph, nor are we playing a crit glyph. And I feel like I could actually, like, kick some thorns out and like focus more on the overpower itself. I picked up Air Expedition, Shadowfall Death, and I'm told I've trouble on everything. Masterwork, hitting overpowered twice and everything. Okay. Are you playing the Zol rune though, sir? Because you definitely need to go for the Zol rune. We changed our rune setup. So I used to use Moni to trigger my crushing hands, but we actually swapped over to Zol because Zol allows me to overpower every 4th hit instead of every 6th hit. And I think that's a big difference, right? I mean, every 4th or every 6th, chat. I mean, do the math, right? How many more overpowers do you get per second? I'm playing the overpower glyphs. How are you even overpowering with Rock Splitter? Okay, that's nice. I thought this might be turning more tedious, but it actually doesn't. So that's very, very good. How am I wasting my resource now? Wait a second. Why am I still using up my resource? Did I not change the aspect back? I am momentary confusion. I thought we swapped the aspect back. Yeah. So we kind of need to stay maximum resource actually for adaptability. It's a bit longer than I want. 4 billion, we like it. Yeah, but what's using up my resource right now? I mean, seriously. Nothing should use up my... Huh? I'm confused. Okay, we get that because there's still... No, wait. Yeah, there's still a chance for pans. was like confusion. Why did I pick that just up? Because I need better pants. Keep off in horde mode. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Okay, let's go for pans. Pibbity pans, chat. I just want pans with a greater life affix. This count. I'm not asking for much, right? I'm really not asking for much. Just like, give me pans here. Maximum life, greater affix, thorns, chat. Okay? Can that work?
All finished, are you?
Then we need to temper the rock splitter size. Rock splitter size. Rock splitter size. Bigger. I'm not getting that bigger. We're throwing hands. Rock splitters, no. I am going to masterwork this shit until I get the bigger rock splitter size. Even if this is like single-handed good pans that I have seen in a while. But I'm getting that temper. Or I'm getting the fuck out of here. Oh, you just min roll. He just min rolls every single time. What is this? You see that every roll was min roll. I mean, seriously, I have not seen that in ever. Holy. Well, these pans are then forfeit. Let's see if the other pans can get the rock splitter size in max. Yeah, that's also terrible. But it can't be so hard to actually go for a high roll. Okay. Seems like it's harder to get pans than I anticipated it to be. Let's go. We're also running out of resources. That's double good. Armored height, low roll again. Castle stomp, low roll. Rock splitter size, still low roll. Total armor percentage, maybe. Thank you. Actually, we should probably roll for dodge chance. Oh, I got total armor. So they'll do. They're slightly better than what we have there. Have to re-roll the Thunder Pike to Thorns. You heard right, chat. I would like to have the Thorns roll. I know it's possible, so give it to me. Give me the one roll no one wants. Seriously now. I could also do dodge chance technically. But Thorns roll itself is better. Because dodge chance gives me more thorns, but thorns gives me more thorns. Surprise. Who would have guessed? Rock splitter size. And more thorns. I wonder if I even need a second... Zen. And...
My hammer sings on your return.
Here, Zol. Zen and Zol. Okay. Let's upgrade these to full. Oh, no, not to full, but to 4 times. Hunter cooldown reduction 30%. That's actually really cool.
Use it well.
Okay, where were we stuck? Well of Hatred. Let's do another 55 to see how much faster. Oh, no. We wanted to do another Deceiver in Torment 3. I just need to benchmark now if we've how much stronger we've gotten. Let's see. Is there pointing it to 300 this season? There's never been a point. Sorry. What potion did you use? HP potion. I use Fortitude because Fortitude gives you more life, and more life is more fortify. Okay, so we got the crushing. I mean, rock splitter size. It could be 77.5%. I'm actually pretty peeved now. And like, if I think about what it could be, chat, like 77.5%, because then I only need one rock splitter temper, right? Because more than 100% is not possible. I think. Yeah, that is more damage. Would have guessed. Oh, careful now. Careful about what you said. Hey, better chat. Stop playing once human, sir. There is nothing to play right now. I mean, if you show me what I could do in once human, meaningful, then I'm all yours. But apart from keep content on repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat, not really much to do, right? I mean, I'm saying that while I'm doing the same content on repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat in Diablo, right? But it's kind of different.
What's still got some good in it?
Okay, I could replace... No, I can actually temper. Sorry, I can put a socket in. And then we can use a diamond. So that's kind of cool. So I can make 3 royal diamonds. I can also put one in here. Look, Mom, look. I finally get resistances. Bangarang. We're not completely scuffed anymore. Chad, I want you to know we are somewhat good. Welcome to 2025 gaming all on repeat. Ah, that's not true. Have you not played Clair Obscur, sir? I told my wife the whole story of Clair Obscur, and I was like, we need to play this. I mean, my wife does not play games, right? She only plays the game of life, pretty much. But I need to somehow get her to play Clair Obscur with me, because I want her to experience the whole story, all the songs, everything, because it's like so good. Need to get her to witness that. Like probably like a Clair Obscur playthrough on like story mode and just speed run the game so she can see everything. Would probably be it. Good plan. Fantastic plan even. My wife liked Destiny 2 for some weird reason in the long dark. Are you just flexing your wife gaming on us? Wow. Wow, brother. I didn't come here to be flexed on like that. His wife only likes 2 computer games, Chad. What a shame. What if she really likes the game and doesn't want to give back your PC? Oh, it's not like I have like enough parts to build a couple of PCs in my house, Chad. I mean, come on. It's not like I have parts lying around to maybe build like another 3 PCs from past PC projects. Actually, I need to start selling my 1080 Ti's. I just still have 1080 Ti's lying around. I should have sold them a long while ago when they actually were worth a lot of money. Right? Now they're just lying around and need a new home. My 2080 Ti's need a new home as well. The 3080 I might still keep because there's always a reason to keep a 3080. Then again, I do have the 4060 to compensate for that. Yeah, we're way faster now. Kind of like that. Speed we're putting down. But also start doing like story playthrough games with the children. Still looking for which first game we should actually play through. Like I was trying to start with Pokemon, but it's kind of like a jarring experience. It was fun, you know, like they enjoy swapping controller between themselves and playing through regions. I feel like we need a different story playthrough game I can do together with them. How old 5 and 6? They can't read yet, so it's like limited what they can do alone. But we could find games to play story-wise together through, right? I read it. Oh wow, 9 billion, Chad. We're almost in the double digits. Holy. Where did that come from? Let's fucking go. Dollar builds, y'all. Ladies and gentlemen. I like to see. Cool. Okay. So if I bring all my glyphs up to 45, do you think we get the 10 billion then? And after I get my glyphs to 45, we actually need to think about what do we do with our glyphs? Like, do we want to change one? Do we want to keep pushing the thorns further? What's like the plan? There, another 6 billion. Holy. Is that little bit of thorns that I put on top, did that scale so much? Right? Yeah, there's another 3. Like, our damage was good up. I mean, the only difference, we got more lives, right? We're sitting at 15k life now. Damn. Is it most efficient to push in pit or speedrun? What do you mean? Push in pit for what or speedrun? For what? I feel like there's context missing. I'm missing context. Like, it's like I have half the information and I don't have enough to give you a proper answer. For Paragon, yeah, for Paragon, pit pushing is the best, but I'll be honest with you, this season is horrible for getting to 300 Paragon points because they made the pit harder. That means you get less XP per hour, and the thing is that Paragon to 300 grinding is only XP per hour, right? There's nothing exciting about it. It's just literally you got to figure out how much XP can I get per hour, and then you just do that, and single-handedly bang your head against the wall until you don't want to live anymore. I mean, you got to consider that the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Rob2628, the dude who always plays in a party, the dude who actually lives, breathes, and shits this game, right? The guy that even has his partner playing on the account while he's sleeping. And he's yet not Paragon 300. And you want to get Paragon 300? Yeah, like, good fucking luck to that, brother. So not happening this season, unless they fundamentally change some things about XP gain. It's his sister. Oh, sorry, I thought it's his waifu. Then his sister. I don't watch much Rob, so I don't know. Like, I just assumed. Oh my god, I assumed. I'm so sorry, Chad. Yeah, your friend is stuck at 288. Shall I tell you why your friend is stuck at 288? Because as you reach 280 Paragon points, okay? 280 Paragon points is half the way. So everything you did, let's say you take 100 hours to get 280 Paragon points, then you can roughly add another 100 hours on top to get 300. So you're halfway there, brother. You're halfway there, and you're not getting any more strength improvements because the last 20 points are not really making you stronger. There's another 4 billion hit there. Oh, we've gotten so much stronger from that little thorns increase. Damn you, Jesus. Okay, we're pushing the revenge glyph up. A sister can be wife in some US states. I mean, like, yeah, I guess. Everything is possible. Okay, let's get our Thorns up because Thorns is like our single-handed like damage scaler. So I guess more Thorns is more kapow. Therefore, let's do another Infernal Horde here. I mean, we almost did like, we almost get like 1,000 ether as a goddamn Thorn Spirit. I mean, like, consider, chat. We're playing the thing that no one took seriously. We're playing a Thorn Spiritborn. And we're sitting in Torment 4. And we're doing actually well, I would say, right? We're almost at 10 billion damage. So, what can I say? The dream? I mean, for people telling me that Spiritborn is god-awful this season, it's actually not. Because I haven't struggled to gain power, right? This is like the thing. Sometimes when you play a build and you need more power and it's like, oh man, I really need to get bonus core skill ranks. Oh man, I really need to get like bonus ranks to Blizzard. If my boots don't have +6 ranks to Boulder, I might as well just off myself, right? Like, there are builds that need very specific things to get stronger. And right now, I just needed to get more max life. And that's it. I mean, sure, I get that Thorns roll, right? My aspects are not maxed out. And yet, I keep just gaining more power, right? I keep getting more powerful. I just add some masterwork to this, and I'm not even looking for the good masterworks, right? My helmet doesn't care about the good masterworks. My chest doesn't care about the good masterworks. My weapon does care about the good masterworks, so that's something. But apart from that, I just got stronger. Spooky, you don't play this game, but you check some time to time from the Hearthstone Times. Sir, you're gonna probably like to see some Monster Train. Monster Train is very cool. Card game too, deck building game like Slay the Spire. Can't wait to actually show you that. Not sure how much time we can though put into Monster Train because there's Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon coming. Raise your hand if you have seen Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon, guys. It looks really cool. It's an RPG. Some will call it an action RPG. It's like Skyrim. It's playing in the world of Avalon, so King Arthur. But it pretty much plays like 600 years after King Arthur and what happened in Britannia. And it's going like the Dark Souls road in terms of story-wise, because like you have 600 years after King Arthur and everything has gone to shit. Like everything has gone to shit. And you're kind of like there to figure out what exactly happened, why everything has gone to shit, and there's a bunch of discoveries, right? Like caves with the story content, weird entities, cursed stuff with the Fae, zombies, whatever. What Paragon level should I move to? Tier 3 and isn't even worth it. I wouldn't look at Paragon level, I would more look at damage. So in order to kill a Torment 1 boss, you kind of need only 10,000 damage, right? In order to kill a Torment 2 boss, we're looking at 1,000,000 damage. If you want to kill a Torment 3 boss, we're looking at 100 million damage, what you want to kind of do like regularly. And if we're looking at killing Torment 4 bosses, we're looking at like 1 billion should be your damage low, pretty much, right? That's like, do you already do hundreds of millions of damage, right? Do you hit like 50, 60, 70? Do you hit 100 consistently? Then you're probably ready for Torment 3. If you do that. If not, then don't even try. I mean, also, well, sorry. Let me say this different. You might be actually able to do Torment 3, but not the bosses yet. So you can always do Torment 3 before you can actually kill the bosses. This is so much smoother than before. Alan Tarokai, thank you for your subscription and support, and very sorry if I did miss that before. Dankeschön. Tainted Grail, like the board game. Yes, Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon is essentially the board game brought to life as a game. Hit around 10 to 30 million, then you need to improve. But you can always try out to do the pit, right? But right now you can see like my lowest overpower is somewhere around like the multiple hundreds of millions. And then we're consistently hitting billions. So I'm kind of somewhat ready for... for Torment 4. Oh wait, why are we doing this pit in Torment 3 right now, by the way? Oops. I kind of missed that we're doing this in Torment 3, Chan. But yeah, we're obviously Torment 4 ready because we can do pit 60, pit 65 even. So that's important. Like if you can do pit 60, 65. Yeah, obviously you're ready for Torment 4. Oh, he got one hit. Hee. It was funny. I think we're still going to pull this through. It's not going to be as much up to side as I want to get, but it's worth it enough. I told you when you started that you weren't tier 3. I ignored you because like reasons, obviously. Is Diablo 4 dead? No. I mean, I can only tell you from a like, so if I look from a YouTube standpoint, okay, just from a general interest of the viewership, it's been extremely high. Like people have been watching videos, and I'll tell you that the general consensus has been a positive one. I mean, there's always salty whiners who are like, oh, D4 dead, D4, like I hate D4. I need you to know that I hate D4. I need you to know that you're not allowed to have fun in D4 because I hate it. So there are always these people, right? But overall, the general consensus on what I've seen, like even like people like trying to be negative on YouTube videos, right? It's mostly positive. It's nice to witness that. I mean, how many people play? I don't actually really care about that. Like how many people actually play, right? But for me, it's just important how the public perception is at the given time. Like, I think we all agree that this is not the greatest season in history, but at the same time, we agree that the boss powers turned out to be way more fun than anticipated, because we all expected the boss powers to kind of be lackluster. Like, wait, this is not going to be that good, but you know what? It's really fun. Because you're doing builds, like, I don't have to look for critical strike chance on any single build. I can just take a boss power and it's fixed. And that gives me so much flexibility in my gear choice that, like, it essentially enhances my game fun because I can just choose other gear, more optimal gear, different optimal gear. I can be happier with what I find as I can solve the issues of my build, attack speed, vulnerable damage, bonus overpower damage, damage to distance, fortify, barrier, all that kind of stuff. I can solve with multiple ways, and I don't have to, like, care about it. And that's cool. Generally speaking, I think this season definitely turned out better than anyone expected. And that's good. The perfect thing though is, chat, you want to know something crazy? In 4 days, we already get to know what season 9 is. Chat, it's only 4 days. 4 days and we know what season 9 is. 4 days and we know what horadic boss powers are. 4 days and we're gonna figure out what they're changing about the game. 4 days and we know how they're gonna make the nightmare dungeons great again. And then in 4 days after we get those news, it's probably gonna be another week or so, and we already have the test server for season 9. Bam! Holy, like, sorry, but I am pumped for that, right? I've been enjoying the season, and I'm just looking forward to then get all the info for more. And then in July, we already have season 9. So we get the PDR, we can test it, we can give them feedback, we can try out the new things, and then we can already give them... Whew. I mean, things are popping. I'm so invested in Nightmare Dungeon escalation. Me too, but more like how they're gonna do it. They say it's a full rework. Well, I'll believe it's a full rework when it is a full rework. Right? I don't believe in the promises. They just show me the things that they're planning to do. I played last Epoch and couldn't stand it, went back to D4. There's something about last Epoch where the game is at the same time too hard and too easy. And but it has the greatest crafting system of all the ARPGs. Something about last Epoch makes it a weird mixed bag. Of this is kind of cool, but then this is kind of like, and then it's like actually not so good. I don't know. Like the best way how I can explain last Epoch is it just doesn't make my PP go hard when I play it. Right, I'm not just like, oh, this is so cool. Wow, I'm like, well, everything is so cool. We're like, yeah, this is kind of okay. I was like, it's kind of fun, but it's like, when you're simply just sometimes not vibing with a game and that's it, and that's also okay, right? You don't have to vibe with every game. Like I don't vibe with Escape from Tarkov, for example, and other people will tell you that Escape from Tarkov is the greatest game that was ever made. Right? Ever made. There's no better game in existence. And they really can't understand how you don't like Escape from Tarkov. But build to rod's improving. I'm all for ARPGs improving, right? I mean, currently we have multiple great ARPGs on the market, from Diablo 4 to Path of Exile to Last Epoch to Grim Dawn potentially, and whatever there might come in the future. But let's say with the big three being out there, we have definitely a roster of games that hopefully continuously keeps improving and learning from each other. Technically, I would like to add No Rest for the Wicked to the fray, but I've seen their Breach update had many problems, and I'm not sure how well their studio head can pull things out of the mud, because he seems to be, I mean, the man is intriguing, but at the same time, he seems to be too busy ranting on Twitter instead of just focusing on making a better game. I'm enjoying Sloremancer. There's obviously these indie action RPGs that you should never leave out of your sights. Bursting Fiends, let's see. What do you gain from Infernal Hordes? Greater affix items if you then go for the greater affix items, and you also gain the good old Opticide. That's what we're doing it. And you kind of want to do it always in Torment 4, because in Torment 4 you get the most amount of Opticide. This is like the biggest reason to actually go in higher pit tiers, because the higher your pit tier is, in Torment tiers, the higher your Torment tier is, the more Opticide you get from activities. So if I finish an Infernal Horde on Torment 2, I get like, I don't know what, like, let's say 1,000 Opticide, right? If I finish it on Torment 3, I get 2,000 Opticide. And if I then finish it on Torment 4, I get 4,000 Opticide. So, like, yeah. Considering that they're all taking the same amount of time, you kind of notice what you want to do. The same goes for a Nightmare Dungeon. You do like a Nightmare Dungeon in Torment 1, you drop like 2 Opticide per kill, and then you drop like 6 Opticide per kill, 12 Opticide, and 20 Opticide per kill, respective with the higher Torment tiers. And that obviously makes a big difference, right? Oh, green. He just ran out of my damage. Oh, they both died. They both just kissed each other and died. Is Horde best Opticide farm? Depends on your character. There is, for example, the Tributes of Refinement for the Undercity. And if you have a character that's really quick at doing the Undercity, because you have a lot of movement speed abilities, that's fire. So my Necromancer is shit in the Undercity because it's a Necromancer. It's just not good. Okay, we got all our Thorns up, ladies and gentlemen. My Thorns are now officially sitting at 4,500. That's good. We get more Thorns with more dodge chance. That's also good. I forgot to completely go for my dodge chance pans. So we've actually been missing damage total. Because with an increase of dodge chance here, so I get like when you dodge fortify for life, We wanted to go to Torment 4. Here, Torment 4. We could go into the bazaar. Greetings from Scotland, enjoying your content immensely. Discovered you and Cliptus this season. Cliptus is great, Lee. Also a German fella, by the way. I've been really liking to see Cliptus rise. He does a lot of barbarian content, but he also is focusing on actual meta content, which not a lot of creators do. Like trying to explain you how to get more damage and how to survive and that kind of stuff. He's definitely putting good work in here. This is for Masterwork materials now, but it's only, and again, the Masterwork materials of this is fixed, so I can do it in Torment 1 as I can do it in Torment 4. Right now we're doing it in Torment 4 for experience. But if you have a class that can actually do the Undercity fast, because you're kind of like flitting through this, right? I mean, like here, right now, I'm just like jumping from mob pack to mob pack, right? So that's nice, but with my Necro, I would still be at the start of the dungeon, right? My Necro would still be at the start of the dungeon, which would not be so good. With my Spiritborn, I can obviously, due to my abilities, just go through this, which immensely helps. Sure, but do you just pick refinement? Refinement you get from doing the Infernal Hordes, from killing bosses, from doing... Oh, I forget to kill the guy. From doing... Tree of Whispers, that kind of stuff. Yeah, this is going very well. And if I do this on Torment 1, for example... I will just like fly through it even more because one hit kills everything, and the rewards are the same. Okay, so we can check this. We can check this if you want to. So let's count the Opticide at the end of this. Okay, and then I'll get myself another tribute of refinement from other characters, and then we run it again. Again, only worth it if you do this on a character who can do it fast. So. My Druid has a lot of movement speed, but he doesn't have like any travel abilities. So yes, I can walk through this fast, but I can't like speed my progress up. Not like here with the Jaguar jumps that are very handy, especially with a cooldown reduction. Then being able to do more of these, right? I feel like I killed that guy back there. Did you get in Tier 4? Did they change it? Because it used to be not different at all in terms of drops in any capacity. It's good to know if they actually changed it. Because you should get more in Torment 4, otherwise Torment 4 Undercity is completely useless. Right, for the Mythic Tribute, for example, it doesn't matter in the Unique Item Tribute, right? That one drops the same in every regard. Does Lightning Spear Sword work without Starless Skies? I have not played Lightning Spear Sword at all, so I can actually not give you any information on Lightning Spear Sword. I went for Blizzard this season. I don't even know how Lightning Spear Sword works because I really wasn't like keen on figuring it out. Sometimes you just don't feel the need to do a build. But don't even know how Lightning Spear Sword overpowers at the given point. Overpowers with the rune? Yeah, but I think there is also overpower without the rune. So let's see how long that takes here. Oh, that was a lot of beautiful damage. He suddenly gets shot on, guys. Like, bap, bap, bap. Gonzo. Gonzo Garbanzo. Okay, which item in upgraded would give us the biggest damage boost? What do you say, Chad? Probably my gloves, right? Nah, you know what? My pants. Because the pants have the thorns, huh? Here, more thorns, more boom. Okay, let's get the other glyphs to 45. For this, we're going to do a pit 65 because pit 65 is the best push with +2, +2, +2. We could do a pit 60 easy. Now, let's see. What's your biggest con for this season? Probably ancestral drop raids because they butchered them. It just feels so painful to really try to get ancestrals. There was a 8.5 billion, Chad. It's funny how we're standing there, nothing happens, and then overpower everything dead, right? Like nothing happens, boom. Nothing happens, boom. Dude, our damage has gotten so good right now. I am 11.2 billion, ladies and gentlemen, we've done it. The double digits. Told you we'll get it today. That's nice to see. Yeah, well, ancestral drops and runes, right? I mean, if I kill Uber Belial in Torment 4 and I'm still getting magic runes, I'm sorry, that ain't it. If I kill Uber Belial in Torment 4, he should always drop rares and more likely legendaries too. And that's it. Sorry, like there's no discussion here, right? It's the hardest difficulty boss, the hardest difficulty content, and you're dropping me magic runes. Why? I have outgrown these magic runes by far and long, right? Makes no sense why I would still get them. Yeah, tier 4 tribute should only drop yellow runes. Exactly. If I want then magic runes, I'll do the tribute on a lower 16.7 billion shot. Almost a 20 billion hit. And they say Spiritborn is terrible this season. I would say Spiritborn feels funky. I mean, I would still not challenge a Torment 4 boss yet, but I also don't have a reason to challenge a Torment 4 boss because I kind of have everything I need, right? Still, we obviously want to get the point where we also send Torment 4 bosses to hell. So let's scale that. Are you German? Yes, I am German, living in Germany, raised in Germany, German. See, and then you have like this moment where you're pummeling this guy here and like you're just waiting for your overpowers to hit the billions again. You're like, where are my billions? Add. Still want to figure out if the Pain Gorger gauntlets would be worth it, guys. $12.7 billion. Whoop. We're doing consistent damage versus him, right? I mean, this did not feel bad at all. Send him. Okay, Revenge Glyph up for the next 5% damage multiplier. And that's it. Done. Cool. Mr. Sumrak, thank you for the 3rd month of support. Sumrak, fantastic to have you there. Thank you for subbing once again. Okay. What do we do? What do we do, Chan? We get the multiple billions of damage. We get the potions. We get everything. Let me try to do a... Let's go for Grigoire. So I can just see the damage we're dealing right now. Just tried to strip on an Eternal just to see how it does. Average damage is not that much, but I'm hitting upwards of 10 trillion. I mean, if you have a lot of life, the overpower can go crazy. And with perfect Masterworks and everything, I think 100 billions should be possible. I'm actually surprised that, like, with my shoddy Masterworks, how much is possible. Like, we can kill him. But if I would now fight, like, for example, Uber Belial, it'd be an absolute drag. Like, him is fine because he can't damage me. Right? I'm undamageable. Why? Because, like, every damage he does just refills my barrier straight away. So he just can't scratch me. Oh, the 12 billion hit. Did you see that, Chad? Woo! That was good. Okay, nice turn for it. Done. So we can already do it. I like it. Did you turn the normal crits off? Just for testing purposes. Okay, we need more. We need different boots. Because I don't want the movement speed on these boots. I would be better off having. Armor could be good, but you know what? I actually want thorns. Hey, where's thorns? Pretty sure I can get thorns, right? No, I can't actually get thorns on boots. Interesting. Then I can keep the armor. I thought I can get thorns on boots, but I can't. Interesting. That means we need to do another 10er Infernal Horde right now, but in Torment 4 this time, Chad. Right? Okay, what are we thinking, guys? Is Thorn Spiritborn something you would give a try? I would say the next thing we're gonna farm is Paingorger's Gauntlet and just try them out. Okay, I want you to wrap your head around if Paingorger's Gauntlet could scale our damage up. The Paingorger's Gauntlet say, if you deal damage with a non-basic skill, your next basic skill will do 200% damage outwards to all the enemies. Now, what I wonder is if that then also multiplies up the Thorns damage, right? So could that 200% scale up the Thorns damage? And we need to do non-damage with a non-basic skill. But what counts as a skill, So for example, does the boss power count? Does Alex Talon count? Because with Alex Talon, I do bonus sparking damage every single time I hit. So if that actually counts, then we would continuously activate the Pain Gorgers, for example. Or does it, for example, also count if I activate Ravager? Because Ravager also has me do bonus damage, right? So Ravager's like, unleash a savage roar, causing each of your attacks to trigger an additional damage strike per enemy for 6 seconds. Okay. So if we have this. We have the Pain Gs. Here, Pain Gorgers. So, damaging enemies with a non-basic skill. Cast. Marks them for 3 seconds. When a basic skill first hits a marked enemy, the basic skill's damage is echoed to all marked enemies. So, what I wonder is, if I then activate Ravager, does every hit of Ravager activate the Pain Gorgers? Because that would be great, because then I would just continuously keep activating them. Or does it also count as a skill cast to then use Alex Talon? Casting a basic skill applies sparking damage. I don't think it counts as a cast, right? Because I would have to have the opportunity to continuously do damage with something. Correct? But what could that something then be, right? That it would make sense. I have actually never played Pain Gorgers, so I don't exactly know what counts or what doesn't count for the Pain Gorgers, right? And how to even quantify the damage. That's like the harder part. How do I even quantify if it's working or if it's not working? It's activating. Is there an animation for Pain Gorgers? Because if there's no animation, it might be hard to like even guess. Like, is Pain G's working? Hey, if you could get that 200% bonus damage, might kind of be nice. All the elites. Wow. A tiger jump might be my favorite attack. What do you think is the best build for Torment 4? The easiest build into Torment 4 is Bloodwave Necro. You just get the pans, then you just get max life, and you're in Torment 4 already. The best build for Torment 4 in general is either Lightning Spear Sword or Death Trap Rogue, and that really comes down to how you like to play. The advantage of Death Trap Rogue is obviously that it pulls everything together. The advantage of Lightning Spear Sword is that it doesn't need to pull everything together. Because you just exist and you lightning spear around, that's enough, right? To cause a wholesale commotion. Okay, this Infernal Horde has the ether counter be bugged and the wave counter. Great. Great. We love that. Playing a wave without ether counter is, I don't know, like having sex alone. Kind of sad. I can't see how well we're doing. Sometimes teleporting out and in fixes it. Sometimes it doesn't. good. I just want tons of Opticite, guys. I'm happy that we got all the attack speed thingies together. Because right now we're pretty much sitting at how much attack speed? So if I don't do anything, we have like 118.3% attack speed bonus. And that is with all our ferocity stacks. But now if we're also then activate the we activate on top of the, that was a 6 billion hit. Cool, hope to see it. If we activate on top of the ferocity stacks, also the moonrise, the thing we're sitting up to like 200% attack speed. Now, I mean, you notice how fast we're actually attacking, so. Well, that is a lot of Ether Fiend and Hellborn and everything like at the same time. That's kind of cool. Should we get like another Etheric Mouth, maybe? The Hellborn. The Fiends. I don't want to do Soul Spires, so leave me alone. Like, whoever designed the Infernal Hordes, right? And thought like, you know what? Soul Spires. Fuck yeah, that's it. Like, I mean, like, can you explain to me, chat? Like, I'm 5. How anyone in the development stage, like, they were playing the Infernal Hordes, right? They were killing the Hellborns. They were summoning Ether Lords. They were sending the Fiends back to the lobby, and the Etheric Masses are spawning. Like, all that stuff, like, kind of cool, right? Everything is like really nice gameplay loop, and you just flit over the screen and you bash things in left and right. And then we're like, hey, so we should add these Soul Spires that forces the player to stay in place and not move out and kill things around. And you know what? Like, we're also going to make minions like spawn really slow. So if you actually are in the ether, like if you're in the Soul Spire, right? Then you're actually going to stand still and wait for dudes to spawn so they actually work onto you. And that's a good idea. Right? Fred, good to see you there. What made you think this would be like a wise decision design wise? Huh? If they make a season where the Soul Spire is removed, Metacritic spike, I would like to see the chance to like exclude something, or if I haven't taken a single Soul Spire boon in 3 waves, I don't see them. Or if I choose a Hellborn boon, then there will always be consecutive Hellborn boons to kind of like go deeper into it. So I wish that it was a bit less random and a bit more like I could force certain runs. So, for example, I like to play Ether Lords. That means if I take Ether Lords, then there's a higher chance that further Ether Lord things are actually going to appear. Instead of that, I take Ether Lords and I only get Soul Spire boons then, furthermore. But if I take Ether Lords, also that more outlandish Ether Lord stuff is coming. So let's say I took Ether Lords, okay? And then there comes Teeming Masters that is like, the Masters actually spawn Ether Lords. Okay, but what if I get then Teeming Masters times 2? So now the Etheric Masters are spawning 2 Ether Lords, and then I can get Etheric Masters times 3. Etheric Masters are spawning 3 Ether Lords, right? Something like that. Sky, greetings from Germany back to you. That I would like to see, because right now I can take Ether Lords out of Etheric Masters, then I can take Ether Lords are hunting me. But that's it, right? I cannot take anything more. There is nothing more to take. No more fun, no more excitement. Like, obviously, the Hellborn are different. You can have, like, the Hellborn, and then you can have the Surging Hellborn, and then you can have the Surging Hellborn again, and then you can have the Surging Hellborn again. And suddenly you end up with 7 Hellborn spawning at the same time, which is kind of cool. But what if I want to literally spawn, like, 8 bosses on me with the destroying of 1 Etheric Mass, and then like, I suddenly have 8 bosses there. And it's gonna be like, suffocate me, mom. But no, we can't have that. How cool would that be? I'm doing the minion build with a sword because I got 4 GA, but how do I reduce the Army of the Dead cooldown? Tempers, ultimate cooldown tempers on your ring and your amulet, plus skill rings into it. So Army of the Dead skill rings by putting like the 5 for the 5, and then maybe playing Harlequin Crest if you have it. That would help too. And then obviously using your curse. Your curse reduces the cooldown. What do you unlock when finishing Pit 75? Okay, so Pit 75 is just for the seasonal journey. Final for the last step here for the Resplendent Spark. You don't actually need to 100% do Pit 75 for that. You could do other activities. It's just that Pit 75 is one of the easiest activities. And I personally feel like that the seasonal journey, if you can do a Pit 75, is done. Right? Like in my brain, since this is part of the seasonal journey, my goal this season is to make every character be able to clear Pit 75. Everything after that is ego padding, you just wanting to dive deeper. And again, there's nothing wrong with wanting to do that, but expecting anyone to go deeper than 75 because you think that 75 is not a good enough achievement is just you being difficult, right? Pit 75 is already plenty hard enough for like casual progression, for not grinding out your character like crazy. Like even if you do a death trap rogue, you're not automatically going to clear Pit 75. Just have to put some effort in. Not as much effort as other builds, but still some effort going to be put in. There's no requirement for 3J or 4J items now. They are just completely random. You can get 4J items in Torment 1. Okay. Oh, Mr. Gorthor. Hi. Rob is to Voodie is legend. Your top video German. I mean, don't know. Wait, Gorthor, you need to rephrase that. I mean, thank you for the 1,000 itty bitty titties. That's a $10 donation. That's a lot of money. But you need to waltz that comment out again. I'm like, you know, I'm not sure what I just read. Brain short circuit. Okay, there's a lot. See, this is like how I want my Infernal Hordes to be, right? I just get attacked by 2 bosses while they are still hellborn breathing down my neck, and I have the potential to spawn another boss. That's really cool. That's how I want Infernal Hordes to be after the update, right? That you could be just like, no matter how powerful you are, that this is the feeling you want to have of actual Infernal Hordes. And I don't feel like you're getting this feeling enough this season. Okay, now how far are we, like how fast are we gonna kill them since we updated? Torment 4 chat. Oh, come on. Don't teleport away, brother. They're standing remotely close enough. We can just hit them with everything, both. Right? Yeah, this is fast enough. Happy. Oh, wow. You just vanished. It's like the damage inconsistency that gets me. So I like sometimes we have the damage from hell, like right, we do up to 20 billion damage, and sometimes I'm like waiting for the damage to come. Like there, suddenly 10 billion damage. Suddenly Jeremiah vanishes. No, Gorthar, I'm saying I didn't understand your sentence. You please have to rewrite your sentence because I didn't even understand.
Got some good greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Okay, good. That one is fully upgraded. That's fully Thorns upgraded too. That one is second upgraded for more dexterity. We're sitting at a good amount of dexterity. I guess I should get the amulet up because that would be hunter, total armor, everything. You're right. If you now get this one up too, that one is going to allow us to actually equip another diamond. Ta-da. Pretty cool. Oh, I could get Alex talent to 20, by the way. Okay, we need to find out the pain G's. Can I screenshot your build? Melons, we have the build planner on the Mobalytics already. I'm kind of forget to put... No, the build planner's in the YouTube video. I hope that is the build planner to this. I promise to put that one in. That being said, we are going to do the full explanation video. Because I do actually have to do some off-stream testing. Compare like bonus overpower damage versus... basic attack damage tempers and that kind of stuff. So there's a few things I have to trial and error with, because I'm not entirely sure what actually scales the damage more. I mean, we're due tons of damage, as you can see. Like we're now doing double-digit billions more regular than before. We used to start with 1 billion, see every now and then 5 billion, and now we see every now, now we see 5 billion more often and see every now and then like over 10 billion. It's kind of cool how that has developed. See, there was a 13 billion just coming out of nowhere. Snuck up on us. That's the kind of progression you want to see, right? Good. What are we doing with San? Is it still Moni? No, we changed it. We're using Zol. Zol says cast a different class's skill. And then on top of Zol, we're using Decrepify with Moni. So now every 4 hits, we cast 2 Decrepify and we activate Zan. So instead of now going for every 6 crits, every 6 hits for an overpower, we suddenly have our 4 hits be an overpower. That's kind of cool, isn't it? I completely forget that Zol existed. I didn't even have a Zol. I had to literally bag Katie for it. It was like 4 a.m. in the morning. I was like, Katie, do you have Zol? Please tell me you do. And then we could try this out. It was so good. The only problem is that we can't play 2 different runes now, so I cannot play like bonus maximum HP from runes. That's a power scaling I'm missing, or I couldn't play Vortex because Vortex is my own skill. That's a bit of a bummer, but it's still the most efficient I can play. Because every 4th attack, like with this, with 200% attack speed, seems quite usable, I'd say. Spiritborn worst class? Yes, but at the same time, no, because the power scaling is so easy to get up. So right now, I can actually, like, in case you do have the runes, I can recommend making a Spiritborn. But only if you do have the runes, because without the runes, like, I would not make the Spiritborn. It's like, literally, like, you have Zol, you have Zan. Good. Now you can play Spiritborn. Right, you don't have these. Oh, man, that's a shame. I wouldn't play Spiritborn then. That's kind of sad because it should never be down to actually having certain runes to be able to even play a class. But that's just the reality here. Good. Okay, we finally have almost everything upgraded. Colossal would be damage while healthy. Yeah, let's do Colossal then. Okay, one more, then we get that one up too. Thoughts on Ohm versus Vex for DPS on which build?
More there than I thought. Use it well.
Would Wound Drinker ring help on Thorns? I don't remember what Wound Drinker does, so let me pull up Wound Drinker for a second. My builds, build planner, rings, wound. It was the ring, wasn't it? Oh, Barbarian, sorry, Spiritborn, oops. What did Wound Drinker do? Gives Thorns, damage reduction from poison enemies, damage reduction, rings to Toxic Skin. Every time you deal poison damage, you gain vigor, gain Toxic Skin's passive effect. The only advantage of the Wound Drinker would be that you could play Vortex. So if you would use, like, who drops Wound Drinker? Who drops it? Here, max roll, boss drops. Wound Drinker is dropped by Beast of Eyes. Let's drop it quickly. Yeah, Melons, that's the one. That's the one. Can Sebasontek be replaced with Rod of Kapaleka? No. No. Sebasontek is needed because you're using basic skill. And you're not using a core skill. And Sebasontek says that every, like, your Rock Splitter is always the third attack. It's never not the third attack. And that's really important. Okay? Island's Problem, thank you for the brand new Prime Gaming subscription. Chat, if you did find your Prime subs, don't forget to use them right here. Yeah, right here. I'm not even pretending. Don't use them anywhere else. Use them right here. Thank you. So, like, we can just scratch him and then suddenly boom, you notice? His life just drops away. Scratch, 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 scratch. Life drops away. Scratch, 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 scratch. And then he's just gone. Okay, let's get Wound Drinker. Wound Drinker. The only thing I don't like is that you get the... Like, so you lose attack speed, you lose maximum life, you lose dexterity, and you lose a multiplicative damage aspect to pretty much play Vortex. Yeah, no, I can't see that being good. Doesn't give it like a turn, core skills into basic skills. It's about, like, you want to use this basic skill. Wow, you just died. You want to use that basic skill because we're pretty much doing more Thorns damage like that. So it is scaling your Thorns damage. Here. Rock Splitter increases your Thorns by 80 for 5 seconds, and your third attack deals 100% of your Thorns to enemies. Okay, so right now, I do always the third attack with Sebasontek, 115% increase. And we have our Thorns to 6,000, and it's actually more Thorns because the Thorns goes upwards. So then we're doing all this Thorns damage to our enemy, and since we have the Zan Rune happening, the Zan Rune will have you overpower. But in that moment where you then overpower, all your Thorns damage will overpower too. Okay? Like I can show this to you at the, like, Grigoire. Let's for a second go to the Richard. That's why it's so hard to explain which damage actually scales up, right? Let's show all damage options, gameplay. Your normal damage. So one hit of Rock Splitter is technically only 5,000 damage. And the third attack is 9,000 damage, right? It's not a lot. So you have this, right? So I hit, and you get like all these thorns damages coming out for millions of damage actually, right? And now I hit. So okay, now I have critically overpower activated. And I hit, and suddenly we're at millions. While the thorns is still doing good damage, right? Now we do this more. So you see the millions coming out, right? And actually ramping up nicely. And you notice around the millions hit, there is the bonus damage is always happening, right? And that's the thorns that's also like multiplying up, right? And now we're, for example, we have our thorn speed currently at, let me go to the right side of this. So now we have our thorn speed currently at 6,000, right? So this is like 9,000 thorns currently. Because of me just attacking with a basic attack. Okay, that's good. That's hundreds of millions of damage currently, but it's not billions. So now I would activate my armored height. Boom. That's suddenly 14,000 thorns. Boom. Damage higher, right? Nice. Amazing. Armored height just does really good. Now we have a bonus to this, and that would be activating my dodge. So now I go for armored height plus my dodge. And suddenly we're sitting at 14,000, right? And then I go also for this on top, and there's the billions. Now we activate the bonus hits here. We get the magic circle running. We get the double bonus again up. And then you're just sitting at the suddenly billions of damage regularly, right? You need to have your cooldowns up. Also, if your enemies are poisoned, they take more thorns damage from you, another 100% thorns damage, so you get to poison them. I wonder if it would be better to play a poison power, because right now it literally says your toxins over, like if I have the passive effect, right? Passive enemies that attack you are poisoned, okay? Toxicin's passive increases thorns damage you deal to poison enemies by 100%. But this means I need to get hit, right? I need to actually get hit. So the question would it be maybe better to kick one of these powers out and say, hey, what if, you know, we're actually doing here once per activation, damage an enemy with your main boss power, apply poison to them. So now you would have this instead of the dodge power, and you would continuously always apply poison to them. So you'd actually never have to press your poison cooldown to like kind of get the poison pool running, right? So we always do the more poison damage now. Might actually be useful, right? Because I can guarantee it, I don't actually need to activate Toxic Skin. Good. But sadly, we need to have Toxic Skin in here, right? Shano, thank you for your subscription and support. Shano, good to see you there. Welcome to the Knights of the Round Stable. Appreciation. Hope you're doing well. Where do you farm Betrayer's Husks? You do not farm Betrayer's Husks. You farm gold, and then you just buy these Betrayer Husks. The problem is, I have done tons of bosses. Okay, tons of bosses that are not Belial. And I have not had Belial spawn on me. Like, no matter what I'm doing, I can, for the love of God, not get Belial to spawn on me. Okay, and now what we need to find out is if I would swap in the Pain Gorger's gauntlets, if the Pain Gorger's gauntlets could increase our damage. That's the last thing we need to find out. Okay. Can the Pain G's, the Pain Gorger's gauntlets, give us more damage? Thought he only had a chance to spawn a multiplayer. No. Belial can spawn everywhere. I mean, on like, what do you seem like, on layer bosses, obviously. Mr. Coink, thank you for the brand new subscription too. So many first time subscribers. That's crazy. Best way to farm up to side depends on your build. Could be Infernal Hordes. Okay, so now we need to find out, are the Pain Gorges worth it? So right now with this glove on, like if I just go all out, right, we do damages up to like multiple billions. Okay? Damages up to multiple billions. So the thing is how the Pain Gorges work. Damaging an enemy with a non-basic skill cast marks them for 3 seconds, and when a basic skill first hits a marked enemy, they take more damage. Now what I'm asking myself is, how do they actually get marked? Is there a symbol that like marks them? That's marked, right? Is he now continuously marked because of my thorns for my gorilla? Guys? See, now they're not marked, okay? So now they don't have this symbol above their head. They're not marked. But does my gorilla actually continuously mark them? It does, right? But it doesn't lead to more damage right now. So what do we have? We have like 5 billion. Okay, I wanted 200% Pain Gorgers to try this out. The problem is we lose maximum life and dexterity, and we lose critical strike damage, and we lose Harmed active thorns bonus, and we lose the damage while area. So there is a lot of stuff we lose for a 200% damage bonus. The problem is when a basic skill first hits a marked enemy, the basic skill's damage is accurate to all marked enemies, dealing 200% increased damage. That 200% increased damage is only the basic skill damage. It's probably not the thorns damage, right? Because right now, if we're looking at what we're actually doing with this, right, we can do everything up to. I mean, the easiest way would be just testing it on a pit run, right? So we're gonna have to do a pit run and see if it like performs better, worse, or equal. I got a pair at max with 2 GAs if you want them. Atomic, let me see like first if it's like even remotely worth it. So we're gonna do a run with the gauntlets here. Normal gauntlets, right? Hit 65. Then we're going to upgrade our glyphs and technically even become stronger. So that's an interesting part. I haven't drunken my potion, so I'm actually weaker than I would be, but we're not going to drink the potion now. This is a good dungeon because everyone is like really close together. Kind of nice. Keep in mind that when we're using a cooldown, we're also getting tons more thorns, chat. Kind of nice. Spiritborn looks sick too. Yep, Spiritborn is kind of fun. Oh, there was 10 billion head. We'll have to see it. Niner billion too. Yeah, let me not use my toxic skin power, by the way, anymore, because I kind of figured out that I always poison people now. There are 10 billion damage. Can dodge chance exceed 100%? It's a good question. So I'm currently thinking, like, right now we play more Thorns for dodge chance. Okay, Chad? What's the maximum I can achieve with that? Like, I'll show you what I'm talking about so you can judge for yourself, okay? Like, we're really trying to squeeze out the last bits of power out of the tank, right? That we can reasonably get. I'll show you and you'll judge for yourself. Okay, Malachime, good to see you there. Howdy, Malachime. It's very funny to play the Thorn Spiritborn because it's something different, right? When's the last time you've tried to, like, scale your Thorns damage? When's the last time you've tried to get the most out of Thorns? The answer is never, right? We've never tried to get the most out of Thorns. We have never sit down to figure out how do I get more out of Thorns. Okay, so this is an 11 minute and 34. Chat. So 11:34 clear, 11:30 clear. So pretty standard. Nothing too PogChamp. Pretty like. And now we're actually gonna upgrade our glyph, so we will do more damage. Okay. So technically we're skewing the result, but now that's the point. I already do more damage now, and if the Pain Gorger's Gauntlet is not going to be a significant faster clear, then it's not worth it. Right, so I want to know, are the spirit gauntlets worth it? Or are they good in any way? I have nothing to masterwork them up right now. So Pain Gorgers with only 150%, and we're gonna lose, like, with the 30%, we'll lose Thorns, we'll lose everything. My dodge bonus is currently sitting at where's dodge is here, 18.7%. You need help, you're past desperate already. Okay, if it's bloody and raw, you should stop beating it. Lotion helps. Seek help, touch grass. No problem. Hope that, like, yeah. Take care, brother. I know times are desperate, but sometimes you need to, take a chill pill, you know? Which anime with less fan service? Good. Yeah. Always use protection. Good. Any other questions, Chad? No, about the seasonal quest is not showing on my map. Ah, are you done? Are you playing on Eternal? Okay, so 2 questions. Are you playing on Eternal? Because then you wouldn't see the seasonal quest. Are you done with it, maybe? I mean, it starts in Kivichat, right? That's where it begins. And then it continues in Manstead. And otherwise, you have to always double check with Tosarek. Also, have you finished the campaign? So I'm not sure if this seasonal thing is showing if you haven't finished the campaign. Just saying. Yeah. Then I don't know. I mean, the only thing I could think about is that you accidentally started on Eternal. Because Eternal doesn't have the seasonal. But yeah. Like, I'm not saying you're stupid. Just saying sometimes stupid things happen. I don't feel like we're faster with the gloves right now. What are we testing out? Okay, there was a 9 billion hit with the Pain Gorgers, so I can go up with the high billions. But it might be that the Pain Gorgers are better for this moss clearing, because if everyone is actually standing together, right? And you activate the Pain Gorgers and it's like working as bonus damage to everyone around you, then that might actually be a good thingy. Because it kind of like it says, like, when you do damage, then you do damage to everyone around, and then like maybe that multiplies up quite nicely. Who knows? Oh, scam. I need to backtrack. Oh, this is a shitty one. Where I need to backtrack. Okay, quest, like, let's nail it down already. Clear time is roughly the same-ish with Pain Gorgers. And the Pain Gorgers are not masterworked. So technically we could, and they're not 200%ed. So technically we could get good damage out of them. But it also doesn't seem like needed. If I could find a better aspect to use. Could be something. Alright, we were at 11:30 without Pain Gorgers. Now we're at 11:11, but we had like shitty design on the dungeon. That's down to the Varines there. But we definitely didn't get like a significant bigger result. Maybe in a single player fight, like here, single boss fight, maybe it's faster. Also not really. No. So Pain G's not in. Okay, so the build is taking a while to get to OP status. No, the build, so Powdered, the build would never be OP. This is not like a it's not a rogue or something, but I don't know what quite a while means. We're 9 hours in and we're doing like up to 20 billion damage. So I guess, you know, if that's quite a while, then we're in for quite a while. Okay, let's check our dodge chance to Thorns damage, because I don't know how to max out the rune yet. Okay, Chan? We have a rune that says a glyph here. So we have this glyph. And it says, you gain up to 3,000 thorns based on your dodge bonus. What I don't know is, how much more thorns do I get per dodge bonus? Right? How much is more? Because right now we're having 40% dodge chance. And I have 6,000 thorns. Okay. Good. Now, if I attack someone with my main boss power, I do get, for example, with Duriel's Burrow, 40% increased dodge chance. Let's put this on for a second. That's 40% increased dodge chance if I activate my main boss power. Okay. My main boss power activation would just be a basic attack. So then we should go up to 76%. Okay, 76% is 3,000 more thorns, correct? Let's stop. Wait for it to go away. I would have to put out this skill for a second to gauge this, because this actually increases my thorns, so it's kind of like skewing the result. Yep. So now Rock Splitter doesn't increase my thorns anymore, because it wasn't like a loan from the Rock Splitters. So I go up to 40, right? And I get still 3,000 more. It's not actually true. It goes to 7,000 and 3,000. So right now, 40 more is 3,000 more thorns. And that's like, do we want to use counterattack? Okay, so what does counterattack do for us? We passive gain 10% dodge chance and automatically retaliate against close enemies for damage when we dodge their attacks. And if I activate it, you dodge all direct hits for 3 seconds. What happens is usually that when you activate it, your dodge chance goes up to 12,000. But why 12,000? Right? What's that like? What's that maximum increase? Question while that is, if I don't play Ferocity, I could play Vortex again, right? Or I could play something else. But could I get my dodge chance otherwise up? Because right now, like, I either play the Duriel's Barrow for that 40% bonus, right? Or I play the Ashava for the permanent poison. Then play the Ashava for the permanent poison. All right, we're attacking. We get our 100% bonus up. We get the bonus up. So there we're sitting at... Right, but the thing is, if I play both, do I get even more thorns? So I play the Barrow now, right? So Barrow gets my thorns up to 9,000. That's fixed. And I do this, that's up to 14,000. Okay, that's good. I gotta wait for it to go down, so we're down to 9,000. So 9,000 is fixed. Then if I now activate the sprint independent of it, I go up to 13,000 as well. Okay, now it goes down again. So what if I activate both together? That's not going higher. There's not much of a difference. So again, I activate, I'm at 9,000. With this, I go up to 13, and this is then only giving me like 500 more. So technically, the counterattack is not actually that much more, right? I'm just wondering if I want to mess around with the counterattack or not. If that is something that is worth it or not, right? Yeah, it barely doesn't do anything. But now if I remove the boss power again for the Ashava, right? And we do this, and then I activate it, then I'm at 11,000, and then I activate this, I'm at 14,000. So with the Ashava itself, right, we only get minimally more, but the Ashava would be always on. The Barrow would always be on. Huh. But I need the poison to, like, always have them poisoned. It's a bit of a nuisance because otherwise I have to cast Toxic Skin, but Toxic Skin has a cooldown of 14 seconds, so it's not actually worth it to cast Toxic Skin. What if we play Scourge? Because Scourge says each time you hit an enemy with Scourge, you'd gain 1% increased damage versus crowd-controlled enemies. And you would get another 50% bonus damage. Oh, we wouldn't reduce Scorch enough to make it worth it, right? Like, not much more you can do dodge-wise, right? You have increased dodge chance during evade. Whenever you dodge, you gain critical strike chance. So this is more dodge chance during evade, but this would force you to kind of evade, and we're actually not evading, we're standing still, right? You get, when enemies recover from concussive stomp, you dodge the next 3 attacks. I don't think there's much I can do about this. I mean, I could swap the armor over to dodge. For GA Razor Blade, I have that. I have it, brother. Don't worry. So I guess my best out would be swapping the armor over to movement speed, huh? I mean, I got armor on my Bibbidi boots, and if I would now, instead of armor, have this be dodge chance. Okay, that was 6.5% dodge chance. Sorry, chat, I was a bit too quick on my feet there. 7.2. Okay, so we are sitting at 5,000 thorns. And we don't have more thorns because it only shows in combat. Cool. Cool. Good to know. So this one could have dodge chance too, right? No, this one can't have dodge. So there's no, this one can have 11.7% dodge chance technically. Okay, and this one, instead of the total armor tempering, it's like what you have to think about, right? So what can we do here? Instead of the total armor tempering that I have, I could technically go for dodge chance tempering and say just screw armor. I mean, I could also say just screw resistance because my resistance anyways doesn't exist, right? And just rather go for the armor. Okay, that 7% more is back to the training ground. Okay, 6.5. So that 7% more dodge chance is essentially only 200 thorns. I guess to have it turn out to have. Right? Is there a dodge chance temper instead of movement speed though? I'm doing Summoner Necro into Blood Spear on P50. When should I do the transition? As you have the pieces. You need the always Bone Duster aspect, always crit and Bone Prison, and then you need the pants for the Bloody Bone Spear, and then you can go. Is there a temper? Wait, I need a temper reset scroll on the boots. You got mobility, but there's no dodge chance here, right? It's evade cooldown. It's a rushing, claw charges, or swift. What is swift doing? Nah. So no really more dodge chance to squeeze out. I mean, best case scenario, I would get a loyalties mantle with a greater affix to all stats, right? Velocity gives us currently vigor while moving, so that's useless. I need all stats, greater affix there, and that would be my biggest damage increase. Okay, drink a potion. Let's see the damage we can do right now. I'm just not sure if the more thorns for mobility is even worth it. Because how much more damage is like that's the really harsh question. How much more damage is that? Right? How much more damage is 1 point of thorns? And I lack the, I don't know how I should quantify it. Because if I now think about like dropping that maximum thorns thingy, then like, would it still be doing well? Could I get crit damage instead? My death trap broke with your guide. I almost regret how good it is making lightning spear. Both are great. It's just, I think death trap is just more fun to play than lightning spear because you see your traps going off and then your traps pulling things in and then your traps also permanently like stunning opponents and you just being literally able to run around with zero resistance, zero anything and just not giving a flying fart about anything. Kind of cool. Oh wow, I need to go somewhere completely different. Green. Oh, core stats. Gain resource. Where is adaptive stance displayed? This is adaptive stance, so I get damage reduction right now. Damage reduction. Okay, when I activate this, I get attack speed increase. Do that. I get the attack speed increase. We're currently playing adaptive stance, and I gotta just see if I want to keep playing adaptive stance or if I want to change it for something. Oh, there was a 32 billion hit. What? Where? How? Explain. I mean, seriously, when? What? Who? Like, see, I really genuinely don't understand sometimes, like, what? You know, what? I couldn't even break down every mechanic right now for you. I need to really sit down. Like, I knew how it roughly scaled, right? But I don't know what just did that 40 billion, right? Which of my, like, was it the thorns? Was it the basic skill? Was it the tiger claw thingy that overpowered? What just overpowered for 40 billion, chat? Right? What was it? There another 15 billion hit? Mm-hmm. 10 billion easy hits. So we didn't even have to walk out of that, so we're really just standing AFK here. Easy. So what we have to think about, chat, okay? So we get all these glyphs, yeah? We get Colossal. Colossal gives us strength, that gives us more gorilla skills, and then per resolve we get more damage. Okay, this makes sense, right? This is set into stone. We need this. We need the Colossal damage. We need here as much strength bonus in as possible. So if I can take more strength and I can get more stacks, then I could get more damage. Okay, understandable. Then we get Headhunter. Headhunter is the normal boost the nodes, get you more damage and damage. Cool. Then we get another 3,000 swords based on your dodge bonus and increase vulnerable targets by 5% with another magic damage booster. And that magic damage booster is actually happening here with Hubris to boost our thorns even further. So we more have this, the more thorns we get, the more damage we have, the better it is. Also, check, makes sense. We don't even need to discuss that, right? I can pick up the more damage here. Then we have next the Outmatch. Outmatch is 15% increased physical damage to non-elites and bosses. That's 15% increase. That's huge. With the damage while healthy, we're always healthy, though 21% damage bonus. Okay, it makes sense. Outmatch is here. It's rare damage bonus, so more damage and also more damage. Cool. Might actually be better to put this here because we're currently getting 20 more thorns, right? Or not 20. So we get this up, or if I would double the Thorns bonus, because that's obviously 137 to the rare glyph. So what's stronger? If I double the Thorns bonus here up to like 120 bonus, or if we're getting like the 15 bonus up to 40. Because like right now it's a bonus of 74 Thorns, right? And here it would be also around 74 more Thorns. And then lastly, we get the Revenge Glyph, which gives us rare bonuses again, right? And then dealing thorns to an enemy gives us another 15% more damage. That's great. That's a lot of damage, right? But what else could we do? I mean, you technically have the more crit damage here, right? So we could multiply our crit damage up with fitness. We could have Jaguar skills, increase our critical strike chance, but we don't need that, so that's useless. You have Incarnate skills, you have Storm Feather, you have Eagle skills. Critical strikes increase the damage, so we could do Spirit. Because critical strikes increase the damage an enemy takes from you by another 15%. So technically Spirit would be 15%. This is 15% more. This is 3,000 thorns. And this is, give me a second, my family's calling me, 15. And then lastly, like, maybe we have to kick Headhunter out, because Headhunter is only 15% more damage, okay, Chad? So if I actually get... Yeah, you know what? If we get Spirit over Headhunter, that should be huge. That would lower my dex a little bit, but it's not by much. Correct? Because alone, this is a 15% bonus with an 8% scalar damage to elites. Yeah. Let's actually try that one out. If I put Spirit back in, can we see even higher numbers, Chad? What do you think? Take Spirit. Spirit is also dexterity scale, so that's good. It's getting like everything, right? Our critical strike damage bonus goes up, so that's like a slight increase, right? We get more critical strike damage. Wee-hee, woo-ha, woohoo. Let's try to push that higher. I quickly need to check with family. I'll be right back. I hate snapshotting. Everyone hates snapshotting. I mean, call a single person that thinks that snapshotting is so cool. We should all do that. What? Face burned. Yeah, let's get the glyph up to the same level. And then see if we improve the build. I mean, since we only do critical strike overpowers, right? Having another 15% damage bonus just makes absolute sense. But I really need to find out how much damage the thorns are actually in comparison to everything. Yeah, I feel like the numbers are higher on average right now. With the glyph already. And the glyph isn't even maxed. Right? Anyone else, like, from like the general consensus here, it seems like we're due more. Slight increase. I mean, I always like the flat stat rune because it gives you flat stats, right? But you can't ignore a 15% multiplier. That's just huge. Especially it's like 15 plus 8, so it's like 23%. But if you already play the one crit glyph, you kind of want to play both crit glyphs to actually, like, then multiply crit up more. Right? Like if you play one, because one gives you more crit damage, and then the other one would also multiply up your actual crit damage. So technically, you actually want to play both of them. But then practically, which other glyph am I going to throw out? Because the other one actually doesn't give you a killer multiplier. It only is 8%. Whereas it gives you like vigor back, and we don't need vigor back. Yeah, Druid Catalyst build is all about snapshotting. That's why we play Druid Boulder build. Because the Boulder build doesn't really care about snapshotting. You just spam Boulder. There's a reason I made Boulder this season. Because, let me check my notes. Spam Boulder. Happy. Yeah, I mean, like, with the last version of this, we kind of cleared the pit level in 1130. And now I'm actually having, like, unfortunate design happening, but that's about it. Not a damage question. You know, this is faster with the glyph. And the glyph isn't even maxed. I see, I've never seen the 7 billion number. It was always like 6.9 billion or something like that, right? But it was never like 7 billion. Like the damage just averaged other like numbers higher. Yeah, this is faster. See, this is why we do these streams, chat. This is why we do them. To like figure out little things that would make stuff even better than before. Worth. Little stuff that matters. Okay, let's get this glyph all the way up. One more. Oh no. Luckily you don't see that on camera. We're doing tonight a very good Lunar. I mean, we're playing a Thorns Spiritborn. Thorns. Thorns. Like full 20.7 billion, ladies and gentlemen. Full Thorns, and it's working. The Thorns Fantasy's alive. We're even playing Razorblade. Whee! No, we're doing it. Mom, we're doing it live. We're playing Razorblade. How much happiness do you want in a nutshell over that? And I think every one of us has picked up a Razorblade and was like, oh, so much thorns. I wish this was useful. And then it turns out, you know what? It's actually useful. I need to still like do a little deep dive into like how the Gorilla Spirit Hall really like properly scaled and everything. But I think like I can explain this good for the video. Not too worried. If everything works out, by the way, you will have the full build guide today, chat. It depends on how tired I am. Because I wanted to today on stream like waltz this out, so get this to a point where it just feels really, really good. And then I wanted to give you the build guide that kind of explains the build and how it does, like how good it is, how much fun you can have, the usual. And I think we are at the stage, like, right, we're like right now trying to find the perfect aspect, because we might actually go back to the full crit aspect, by the way, for the block chance. We definitely found a way how to get more poison damage continuously out. That's definitely useful. I'm not sure if I want to change a Paragon board, if something could be slightly better. Because I'm not sure about the knockdown Paragon board, but we kind of need it. See, at 20 billion, the highest we've done is 34 billion, but I'm like not sure how to like reproduce these results continuously. Right? Oh. This is like a horrible dungeon to push through right now. Thank you very much. You gotta activate everything like in a sequence to really get like the maximum damage out, right? There's that 10 billion hit against him, Chad. Got him. Got him. Each time you use a skill with a resource cost gain, could we use the Crown of Lucian, chat? And it would technically give us 75% bonus damage, but the Loyalty's Mental gives us 100% Spiritborn bonus. Like Spirit Hall bonus. But we kind of don't use a skill with a resource cost, right? I mean, we do generate vigor, but we use resource. I don't know if it actually counts. What's snapshotting? There's a druid skill called Cataclysm. It's an ultimate. In order to get the most damage out of the druid skill called Cataclysm, you want to use the Zan rune, activate the Zan rune so you overpower. Your next attack skill will overpower, and then you pretty much use the Cataclysm exactly at that point. And then make sure that your Cataclysm always uses the Zan rune, always overpower. That's at least what it used to be for the snapshotting there. There used to be ways where you join the pit with one key passive. Then as you join, you pull out the point of the key passive, and then in the dungeon, you put on the other key passive, and then suddenly you have the benefit of both key passives. And there used to be more things like that, right? This is the tip of the iceberg. Where you have like different sets of gear you would even swap around on entering regions and opening portals and that kind of stuff. Like a bit weirdness how the game actually works in that regard. The extreme edge case scenarios, and it used to be like that back in the days in the pit where you could still change your equipment, that you pretty much had like 3 or 4 alternate pieces with you to snapshot different aspects on. It's horrible. Cannot recommend. Like really kind of sucks the fun out of the game, like to even feel like that you remotely have to do this to exist. For example, for Dens of Knives, there is a sequence of skills you gotta do. Like, you gotta do a conceal, you gotta activate your, like, you gotta do a conceal, you gotta activate your imbuement, and then another thing. And when you then Dens of Knives, then the duration of the Dens of Knives has all these effects in it for the whole duration. But you need to pretty much snapshot that onto the Dens of Knives for every single cast of the Dens of Knives. Otherwise, you won't do maximum damage. So, just some example of snapshotting. Also, a reason why I really don't like playing Dens of Knives, because it gets like super tedious. When like, imagine for every cast you'd have to like think about doing these things, you're not getting max damage. I mean, right now for this build, for example, if I want my hunter to do maximum damage, I gotta do my hunter every 4th attack. Because my attacks currently cast Decrepify, that Decrepify activates the Zan rune. And if I'm, for example, now, like shortly before activating the Zan rune, I do the Hunter, that activates the Zan rune, and then my Hunter does also overpower damage, okay? So that would also be considered snapshotting the overpower damage onto the Hunter. I don't really care about doing it much, like, I could do it for every single Hunter cast, but I just pretty much just use the Hunter and don't give a fuck. Against boss fights, sure, like if you really want to maximize your damage output, you could look out for it to do that, right? Totally down to you. Also using it as a travel ability anyways to just get faster over the map. Not actually for damage. But basic skill already provides all the damage. Is there an offensive temper to get more thorns? I don't think so, right? Be funny. See, now I'm going to wait until I hit him 866 times, and then I'm going to use the hunter right in the moment where it makes sense if I actually survives that long. No, he doesn't. Poor guy. If he survived that long. Oh no, I don't have enough emerald fragments. Teleport out.
What color and brilliance.
There's a temper for thorns, but is there an offensive temper for thorns? Okay, now we get the 8% more damage there too. Good, 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 good. Weapons will just be cold damage, furnace, dominant, none. Offensive temper would not be. Yeah. Nutting. Nutting, my friends. Ooh. I want to try out a normal Torment 4 boss. With the changes and then Belial. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Sir? You want to... Do you want to attack? No, that's good damage. Bad. Yep, and you just get... like that. Okay. See how it's Torment for Belial. I mean, Torment 3 Belial, we can instant delete, right? But how's Torment 4? We also still need to masterwork this one a 4th time because it would be a big cooldown reduction.
What is reality? I am bound to believe.
Oh, come on now. Unnecessary. Stinker. Oh, that one actually damages me so much. I was pretty sure I could like just tank this. Oh. Okay, so in Torment 4, I cannot just stand in his damage and be good about it. Wait, it explains because I don't have armor. Because in Torment 3, we can just stand in his shebangs, right? I can tank that, chat. I can tank that. Okay, so we could get Belial down in Torment 4, but it wouldn't be worth it right now. Right? We do up to 20 billions of damage, but we'd have to do them more regularly against him to really make it worth it. So Torment 3 right now, instant kill. Torment 4, not instant kill. Normal Torment 4 bosses, though, are good to go. Let's try to kill... let's try to think about... do I still want to play the berry aspect? I'm still very unsure about the berry aspect in itself. If I could boost the damage further. There's nothing Thorn related I want. Right? Because we already have this. Thorns have a chance to increase, to deal 200% increased damage. That's great. I think Thorns related. We got... that reminds me, I wanted to check something different. So right now we're playing the adaptive stance, okay? The base spirit of skill cast grants damage reduction, and Jaguar does attack speed, right? And then casting a skill of a different base spirit swaps to the new bonus and increases your core stats by 75% for 7 seconds. Interesting, right? This means right now, from a value standpoint, the more core stats we have, the more damage we do. Save wasting materials on tier 3. I'm not wasting materials on tier 3. I mean, tier 3 has the same drop chance as tier 4 of mythic items, sir. There's no wasting materials, honestly. Okay. I hit this guy. This is only me doing gorilla skills. Oh, wow. I go up to 4,000 dex. Damn. Now the question is, what is more damage? Going up to 4,000 dex, guys? Which is a lot, right? I mean, skill damage is 320, and with 4,000 is 526. So that's kind of cool. For all damage. Alternative, you could also go for Vital Strikes. You deal 80% increased damage to vulnerable enemies, and after making an enemy vulnerable, your next damage dealt to them heals you and removes the vulnerable effect. The thing is, we are currently playing this. Here. So, we're currently playing the... we are... Harbinger's Hatred, casting a basic skill while at maximum resource spends all of it to make nearby enemies vulnerable. So technically, you could also do this here to make nearby enemies vulnerable and then use up the vulnerable and then do it again, right? But I don't think that will actually lead to more damage because we're missing out on that all damage boost, right? So that's not really worth it in that kind, like only if we would really permanently make things vulnerable, right? For this, I'd have to play a Curse Touch to kind of do it. Prodigy's Tempo is also not worth it. I actually wanted to try around with this. And Noxious Rage is also not worth it. So yeah. We're actually better off going for Adaptive Stance still because like the stat boost is just insane. That one hasn't changed. Okay. Could we... Okay, wait, we were adaptive stance, damage boost. I was stuck somewhere in a brain loop. I wanted to like lead this to the next thingy right now. Ah, yeah. If we wanted to change the berry aspect. Yeah, Thorn's main damage multiplies your dex, so having more of that is probably the best choice. Exactly, Black Joker. That's most likely how we have to feel about this. Getting more is more. Now, my best option would be just masterworking things. So I guess I have to get this amulet with a greater affix to dexterity, actually. Because if I do get 23.2% more dex, right? So this brings me now to 2,000. If I now get the 70... Like, right, if I use my skills, we go up to 3,000, but this is actually alone another 500 more, so that's a lot. If I had a greater affix, it could be like another 600 more, 700 more. And that's probably why we want to try to get a helmet, the loyalty's mental, to greater affix values, right? Greater affix all stats. That would help. That would actually help so much if you think about it, ladies and gentlemen. So if we get this one with a greater affix to all stats, that all stats will then get multiplied up further. Huh? So that would probably be the last thing that we need. A greater affix loyalties mental with 60%. That's a tier 3, by the way. Oop, down. And I could just get 20% more vulnerable damage without using up my resource the whole time. Because if I use up my resource, my adaptive stance loses its damage. Boom, he's dead. What we need right now is we need a source of vulnerable, which we don't actually have. Well, we have in the skill tree the... We don't have a source of vulnerable if we're not playing the power for it. We could technically change a roll on an amulet to chance to make vulnerable. Like if we go for the chance to make vulnerable, potentially. I mean, alternative, instead of this, you could play vulnerable. So you could play just a cursed touch if you want to, right? You could try Zemzem. What did Chem do again? I don't remember what Chem was. Chem was cast evade. Oh, we're not casting evade. So now with lucky hit, we would make vulnerable on the accursed touch, right? Just refusing to drop the helmet with all stats, guys. What a nuisance. What a nuisance. But that might technically lead to more damage as I just don't empty my resources anymore.
Even the ground beneath your feet can't be trusted.
Bup, 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 bup. Come on, Greg. Give me that helmet. I'm not asking for much, chat. I'm not asking for much. Let's try one more time, and then we actually need to do a pit because I need to see like if we have gotten faster with what we did. The lucky hit truly performs better. You get just nuked. The problem is that the Rock Splitter just have such a low lucky hit chance, so that's not really impressive for lucky hit vulnerable. I prefer if we had like another source of vulnerable. That's a double greater affix helmet. I'll just trust that it's good. Or we're gonna start crying, right, Chan? Okay, what do we have? All stats and 44%. I'm taking it. We get a mission, chat. We get a mission. Okay. Has to work it up. Or to velocity. Oh, really? Or to velocity? That's 111 to all stats. That just works wonders. More resistance, more overpowers, more everything. Okay, let's see. 65 as before. Now we've been doing relatively fast. It really comes down to the design. Could you use the exploit as source of vulnerable? No, because it's like not enough. Exploit has truly never been a good source of vulnerable. I don't know why people still treat it as such. It's like a stopgap measure if you really don't have anything else, like, right? If you have like absolutely nothing. So why is this right now better, guys? Because the aspect of the adaptability needs you to cast at maximum resource. So by using the boss power, I was not always at maximum resource, and every single time you're casting at not maximum resource, you would not get the 100% bonus damage. So this continuously or consistently now needs obviously to more damage, because now if I overpower, I am just guaranteed to have this 100% bonus damage, right? And 100% is 100%. I mean, there's nothing much to argue about. I think 100% more. But that at least like two nice numbers where these packs just vanish, right? That's cool. Definitely tempo increase with a change of boss powers. Still sad that we would have to play a Cursed Touch, right? Bit of an the exploit glyph applies exploit, right? And then for 3 seconds, and then I think you can't apply it again. Because it's like on first time hitting an enemy. So it works really good versus Rabble if you don't take longer than 3 seconds to kill Rabble. But if you take any longer than 3 seconds to kill Rabble, or bosses for example, you lose that vulnerable bonus. But you want vulnerable to be always on, and not sometimes on. Right? It's a constant state of vulnerable. There is no one here. I know that. Funny how we did like pit 35 a while back in more setted pace, and now it's exactly how we want it to be. Okay, we kind of killed everything here, but there's not enough to kill. Yep. So we got like that and that left, and that's it. Might as well just go back right away. I want a bunch of spooky bows for my butt too. I mean, spooky bows for my butt is good. Just play Bone Spirit, Necromancer. What's better, Shaco or Air of Perdition? Depends on your build. In most cases, Shaco will be better because the bonus ranks give you bonus damage and bonus cooldown reduction, and the cooldown reduction is generally big. There is so few monsters on this map. Oh god. We're gonna find the needle in the haystack, chat. We're gonna kill that random minion that then suddenly pops this forward despite there not being enough progress. There, found it. Literally, right? Just find that random minion and out pushing it forward, because why not? Why wouldn't there be a random minion that pushes it forward, huh, John? Burst through all my cooldowns a little bit too fast. You can't splurge all the cooldowns with this at once. That makes no sense. Okay. When you use the Paragon board with a vulnerable, which Paragon board with which vulnerable? Let's see. Spiritborn. Paragon board are we referring to, my friend? We're using Spiny Skin. When you use cooldown, you gain Thorns. We use currently Revealing, up to a 30% chance to knock down vulnerable enemies. You deal 30% increased damage to crowd-controlled enemies, so that is important. You need to crowd-control your enemies. We got Convergence. You deal bonus damage equal to 20% of your 2 highest bonuses to damage types, combined up to 30. And we obviously have Vicious Shield, right? You could probably use Infighter. When you dodge or block an attack, you gain 2% increased attack speed and 1% increased damage for 5 seconds, stacking up to 9 times. But that's also not really worth it because we have a lot. So not sure which you're referring to, you know? Vulnerable Paragon. And the exploit glyph again, if you read it. Exploit is, when an enemy is damaged by you, they become vulnerable for 3 seconds. This cannot happen more than once every 20 seconds per enemy. So you make them vulnerable for 3 seconds and that's it. Like, how is this good against a boss? Explain how this is good against a boss. Because in 20 seconds of a boss fight, give them 3 of those 20 seconds vulnerable. And the other 17, you're not getting the damage, right? Again, good if you're blasting, but not good if you're fighting things for a long while. Okay, I like how strong this is. And we're not even fully maxed out because I still don't have the duelist aspect here fully leveled up. Actually really sad because my duelist here, 1 more ferocity stack, and every ferocity stack, casting a Jagger skill in Mystic Circles empowers them to keep your ferocity at maximum and increases your damage by 6.4% per stack while you remain within. It's actually really strong. Sadly, we never get that one much stronger as well. But you notice it's a very, very good skill. Do you think the Ritual Rune would help in this build? You mean the Ritual. For every 5 in purchase within range, you gain increased Mystical Circle potency. While standing in your Mystic Circle, you deal 10% increased damage and take 10% reduced damage and increase damage by 5%. This is a 10% in total 15% increase. And yes, it would increase the potency of your ritual. Now, I don't know what's better. Like, this one is already a 20% increase together with the 8.7% increase. I don't know how much the ritual brings it up. You know, that's my question. I have no clue. Like, if I would level up the ritual glyph all the way, how much does this potency really do? You could also go for potency tempers. So instead of going for critical strike damage tempers that I'm going for, guys, right? You can go for potency tempers. But how much potency do you need to make it worth it? Because right now, like when we're pushing, right? So I make circles every now and then, not very often, as you can see. Is that the right circle? Yeah. So we have that mystic circle, right? And then my ferocity is at max stacks, and ferocity goes crazy. For this, we gotta make circle and then stand inside circle. Then we get our ferocity max, so it's like 12 stacks here, and 12 stacks allow us to do currently 12 times 6 more damage. So that's 72% more damage. But again, like we need to figure out how much more potent would the potency really make it, because it's like 6.4%. So unless, like, if we could get the 6.4% up to 10%, that would be different, right? Because that's then suddenly 12 times 10%, so we're sitting at 120 damage. That's the 50% more damage. That's obviously way better than any critical strike damage bonus. So I wonder if the potency tempers are worth it. Because that surely is a hella bunch. Oh, let's get the ritual glyph up to 15 to actually have an eye on it. Okay. And then I'm going to show you the potency tempers, and we can think about like if the potency tempers have a reason to exist or not. My problem would be that, like, I guess I'd only get this bonus if I really stand inside the circle. So once I step outside of the circle, no damage bonus. But then again, we almost have it in every fight, so I just hate being like bound to the case. Like, well, what if you don't have the circle, then you don't get anything. So the other glyphs, like, at least always work. So you gotta make sure to always have the circle then. Like only a 25% chance to make it though. I guess we almost have it in every encounter, sure. Okay, let's try the tempers, chat. Let's try the tempers, do the math, see if it's worth it, because that would be our single last biggest damage scale, right? From all the I mean, obviously I can 12 out of 12 masterwork my gear, which always helps. But like that would technically be the largest damage scale we have. I mean, obviously getting a subsonic with 30% instead of 15 would be good too. Getting a greater affix to dex would be good too. Let's slay the dude. No, Mr. Bramble. I would like to have my lowest damage be 10 billion, chat. That would make me very happy. But I don't think that will happen anytime soon, as we have like all these cooldowns to look out for, right? Okay, where is the ritual? So how much does it go up? By 0.08 per level. I mean, that's a rough, like, That's a 1% Mystic Circle potency, chat. That's not a lot. The problem is it won't show on the aspect, right? So the tempers that we could get right now. Offensive temper, gorilla finesse. No, not gorilla finesse. I lied to you. Centipede here. 15% Mystic Circle potency. So on a 6.4%, that would be times 0.15. It's another % of damage more. Which is actually interesting because another % of damage more in this case would be 12% more damage. Because it's times 12. Seemingly good. How many tempers does this have here? Let's ruin our day, Chad. Mystic Circle potency, 22.5. Okay. Wow, that goes up. Wait, really? 7.8? What? Holy. That's a difference. Chad? That's a difference.
My hammer sings on your return.
If you masterwork that would be even more. Come on, give it to me. Give it me the Mystic Circle. Give me the Mystic Circle. Give me the Mystic Circle. Oh my lord. Oh, that's a dud then? That's one of my good rings ruined. I'm kind of sad. Now I need a new ring. Sadly, I cannot mess with this ring, probably, because this is my only good glove. If I now mess with this and it goes bad. Ah, Mystic Circle potency. So that's up to 8.8%. Holy.
Use it well. See some steel you need.
Okay, we need a new ring, chat.
There's something special.
Maximum life would be good.
Not a bad pull. Hello, shame that. Vasily's ghost. I had that in my bag.
Yeah, dexterity here, maximum life, and then we have to roll that into... Oh, wait, before we roll that into attack speed, let's get the... Mystical Circle potency. Get the Hunter cooldown reduction. Okay, I'm gonna try to get the Mystical potency higher, right? Chad, surely, because that's only 11%. Yes. Okay, let's fucking go. That's good. Now we need to reroll the lucky hit into attack speed. There we go. Actually, I'm not happy before I get 10%, but should do the do.
Forge more than horseshoes and nails.
Get that on. Destroy this one. Masterwork this up. Sadly, we didn't hit the potency. That's a bit sad. But if we now look at this, we're sitting at 10%, ladies and gentlemen. What was it before? 6.4? Okay, let's see. How much more damage is this? Well, ladies and gentlemen. So if I go into my magic circle, I now do 120% bonus damage. But I also lowered my overall overpowered damage bonus. So that's a good question. Is this then like what's more efficient now? right? What leads to more damage? Does the wholesale multiplier, or does the forgetting of the thingies lead to more damage? I always wanted to try this out to like really see the max possible, because I didn't believe in Mystic Circle potency to be that good, but it shows that it actually is good. But again, it's only good if my total is not lower now, right? Because right now I haven't seen a double-digit billion, ladies and gentlemen, right? Oh, it's all single-digit billions. So is our Mystic Circle now more potent, but we're ground total dealing less damage? Or does it just seem like that? I haven't seen a double digit, so it seems like I want to push the overpower damage to the max. Interesting. I mean, I would assume that a multiplicative bonus is better than an additive bonus, but I guess we also get to like really see it in a boss fight now. In a boss fight, we are actually staying in one position. The time to clear roughly the same on the dungeon, so nothing has changed there too much. But what is it now in a boss fight? There was a 12.4 billion, so we have seen the double digit billions. Anyway, time to clear. Roughly the same. But what about the boss? So we're now in our circle, and I should do more damage because, well, I'm in my circle. Yeah, circle damage is higher. Okay, let's go for a tormented boss. Let's still get the ritual up, but I don't think that's worth it. I mean, look at that. So Mystic Circle increased by, wait, it's by 1% per 5 int. Do you think we could get this on, chat? It's 1% per 5 int. So technically, if I slam this full of int, it's kind of insane, right? But then again, even if I get like 50 int, it's only 10% more. So I don't see that doing like so much better. Any thoughts? I just simply don't see where I could pull that one out to be better. Oh wow, what just happened to him? Oh, that's Torment 3. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? It was Torment 3. Sorry, chat. That was confusion for a second. Poor Grigoire, the Galvanic Saint, right? Figuring out what you would lose is the hard part. I actually wouldn't lose too much. Because I could lower the damage by 5% to then get more percent. We could kick out the rune that gives us 15% more physical damage for 10% more damage inside the circle. and 10% more damage reduction. But no, I don't think the ritual rune is worth it. The tempers are good. The tempers are easy to pull through. And even like if you max out every temper, that's like crazy because my tempers are not maxed out, right? I'm missing like another X%. So we could be actually sitting at a maximum of 11.7%. And that's 120% multiplicative more damage. Again, we're though losing our overpower damage bonus, which is kind of like a bummer. Okay, we need to be in the Mystic Circle. Let's get big damn chat. One, two. Yeah. It's hard to gauge, like, if it would be better to, like, have at least one overpowered damage going on. Right? Maybe. If you go for another mystical circle aspect, do you have a higher chance to spawn them? There is no other mystical circle. I think you can only have one at the same time active, right? And they would erase each other. Like, I don't think you can stack them, right? And there's none other that actually is useful. All right, well, here you go. Forest power, but that is like giving periodic barrier, but I have periodic barrier, so what for? You know? Good. I think that is our Spiritborn chat. What we have to do is we have to get some more masterwork material to push this higher, especially like the all stats here, and we can get the double rings higher. But I mean, hot damn, chat. Hot damn. We've actually reached a stage of what the fuck is this? How the hell is Spiritborn doing so good damage? And we're not even maxed out, so that makes me happy. Very cool to see how well the Spiritborn works. And I'd say therefore we're going to close the stream today. I'm going to be preparing the video. I think it will be done tomorrow. I don't think I can do it today. I'm too tired for that. Okay, chat? And I want to see my kids. So I'm going to do that for tomorrow. Have an eye out for that. And I'll be also back with a stream tomorrow, obviously. Until then, I wish you a great good evening, night, day. Thank you for coming, watching, lurking, chatting, spending your time here today. The planner is in the description of the YouTube video. Gonna put that live stream live. Check out the VOD. And I wish you all a good, fantastic time. Thank you for